Good evening, Club Cult. Got a double header tonight. The cat and the crazy cat lady. Blurp into Discord right quick. And go see Miss Pippi. I'm gonna give Pippi a haircut tonight. She's fluffy. Actually, what's the weather gonna be like the next few days? It was chilly today, but I think it's getting warmer-ish. Though it won't be like cold. Only a couple days close to below freezing. Only a couple. She looks like an Ewok right now. It's intense. It's very intense. She also just really needs her paw pads shaved. My feet are like skirping out on her while she's eating. Welcome. Arr. And I think we had something. Info drops. Oh god, what is this? I have concerns. I have concerns. We shall brave it. I don't know what was wrong with last stream, Serena. Not like PB stream, but the other day. But I closed like 3 of my necessary windows. And it's not gonna be. Okay, I'm over it. Good evening, Mad Topher. I hope the weekend has been kind to you so far. Hello, Club Cultians of the world. Why is there so much on my screen? Okay. Oh, God. I'm a professional. A professionable. Tell me how you really feel. Why didn't that open that? Because I didn't toggle it on. I like the soundtrack. I want to make this my alarm when I wake up in the morning. Oh, this is gonna live in my head for like the next 10 years. This was such a viral sound for a good chunk of time, and it was inescapable. And it haunted me a bit. Now it's back. Okay, but low-key, this is a cool edit. Makes me feel feelings. It immerses you. Even Gray, he does not look old at all. But that might be my penchant for old men. Why is this not working? Oh, did I change my stream title back? No! I thought I had to reset everything and restream every single time for a different stream, but no, I just have to change the title in. Now I've learned. That was beautiful. It was beautiful. 11 out of 10. I thoroughly enjoyed that. It was amusing. Oh, virus checker, shut the fuck up. I put the same one on this computer just out of convenience, and it's bothering me again. It's being a beast. What all needs to be open here, and then we're gonna bop in with Little Miss Phoebe. Little peanut butter pants. Oh, for crikey's sake. And then Pippi's gonna get defloofed. In one of the 3 phases of... Okay, go blurb yourself then. In one of the 3 phases of her defloofage. This shall be the pre-shave day. Then we need bath day. Then we need clean it up day. On Wednesday, we're gonna go down to... I got a card from my vet, and I think it's about Chauncey, and I didn't want to open it alone. On Wednesday, we're going to go down to CACC. They had an adoption event today, but I had a feeling it would be really crowded. And I was correct. They had a bunch of social media posts about it. It was very successful today, which was amazing. Not a lot of cat adoptions, but a lot of dog adoptions. We're gonna head down to CACC on Wednesday, and I'll find a couple of potential Tinder candidates for Pippi. And then my buddy's gonna sit out in the car with her. Just relax. And then we'll hopefully be able to bring her in for a meet and greet that day. To let her swipe right or swipe left on her new little boyfriend. I don't know. I feel like it's ridiculous to like try and find another dog that she would bond with. She's 15 years old. She can't hear. She has one eye that she can like halfway see out of. But she misses him so much. I don't know what to do. Every choice that I make will be in her best interest. Whether that's adopting or not. But she's so sad. I'm not there with you today, but I know I haven't gone astray. I am the wind blowing through your hair and the warmth you feel in the air. When that smile creeps on your face, remember that I am in a good place. And when you're feeling sad and down, recall memories of me running around. You don't need to look high and low, just search way deep inside, and know that we'll never be apart, for I've left paw prints on your heart. Aww. I had a feeling it would be the same card that I've gotten many times before, so I'm not traumatized by it. It's just very sweet of them to send it. I'm not being snarky that it's the same one. I just already knew what it was going to be. I was pretty sure. She really doesn't care about Ringo. She lets him, like, snuff around with her. But then she gets agitated and she's like, "Urgh." She gets a little annoyed by Ringo. I think just because Ringo is, like, so big and she probably can't make out his figure because he's so dark. And with Diesel, too, because I did, when I picked up Chauncey's ashes, I talked to one of the girls that was there, like, what would be in the best interest of what to do. And she suggested trying to get her to bond with Diesel. And Diesel is very sweet. But the problem with the younger dogs is that they want to be up and around, moving, or chewing out a bone that's loud and annoying to her, like, next to her head, so she won't want to snuggle with them. And then by the time they want to pass out, they want to sprawl on the cold floor instead of... She wants what she had with Chauncey, which was someone to just snuggle up with her for 20 hours of the day like a cat. Like, they would just lay together all the time. But even when Chauncey was a big bone chewer, she didn't want to lay next to him when he was chomping around. Like, she just wants a peaceful little friend. She's been gravitating a lot more towards the cats, but that's not the same to her. I don't know. I really wish she would bond with the other ones. But yeah, Ringo is still on meds. He's on day 8 of Panicure today. And then he had 20 days of Metrodiazonal, so he's on day 8 of that too. So 12 more days left of that. And then in 2 weeks after that, we can retest again. When I went to reschedule his school, she just gave me the schedule and was like, instead of actually rescheduling, she's like, just call me when one of these works for you. But she wasn't mad about it. She was really nice about it, which I appreciate. Ringo is big and goofy, and Diesel is just high energy. He is. I'm not going to deny that. He's a high energy dog. He really, really is. Part of the reason I honestly chose to foster fail with him is because I was afraid that anyone that I would choose to take him on, he would run out the door and run into the street or run away, or like Diesel just always, he needs someone to always think for him, but in a different way than Chauncey. Ringo is more low-key, but he also is just big and goofy, and that's... It's not what she's looking for in a man. She's like me. She just wants a quiet, old, sleepy man to just rock on the porch with. That's what she wants. So whether we find another pal for her or not, it's in her best interest, regardless. But she'll be clear about it. She's gotten crankier with age. She used to never grumble, and now sometimes she grumbles at Ringo, and Ringo is... boop. Boop. The problem with Ringo, too, is when he sniffs, he, like, nails you with his nose, too. Like, he doesn't... Nothing he does is small, because he's a big dog. Like, they all get along. It's a good energy household, but I don't think there's room for them to really bond. I mean, even Diesel and Ringo aren't really bonded. They play together, and they have fun together, but... one does not seem to miss the other when one is in another space. They don't even really miss Chauncey, which kind of hurts my feelings, but Pippi is missing Chauncey enough for all of us and then some. She's just so fucking sad. And I feel so bad. I don't know what to do. So we're gonna try. That's all you can do in life is just try. And if we find a good buddy, then we did a good thing. And seniors very rarely get the chance to get adopted. It's not the most desirable kind of doge. So hopefully we'll find her a sweet old man, and she can choose to swipe left or right. I'm just gonna do the same thing that I did with Chauncey instead of really just looking around. I'm just gonna find one of the volunteers and just explain what we need, and they shall point me on my way. I'm sure they're very well versed with the oldest and the most long-term residents. I haven't looked online yet to see anyone, because otherwise I'll probably want to jump into action. I'm very influenceable, even by myself. If I scrolled through now, I would probably want to go tomorrow, so we'll look on stream maybe on Tuesday, and just kind of get an idea of who's there. But it also kind of haunts me inside, honestly. Like, whenever I say goodbye to someone, that, okay, there's space in my heart, and there's space in my house. And again, this is all contingent on Pippi. It's all up to Pippi this time. I have no input on any of these strategies. It's all up to the pepperoni. Get our Go Cam going while I'm yapping. But I start to get, like, an anxiety. And it sounds very, like, egotistical and, like, I'm such a fucking martyr, which I don't mean it to. But I genuinely started to get anxiety of, like, okay, well, every day that I wait, there's dogs getting put down that don't need to be, that could be in a home, but their time has just run out. And the stupid brain, I mean, it's not wrong, but it's only something to keep in mind, not to get immensely anxious about. It's not how that's supposed to work. PB is such a loyal fan club. Club Cold, you are wonderful. Diesel is such a good dog. He's just very high energy. And I'm not worried about finding a dog that will need to tolerate that or not. Like, at this point, Ringo and Diesel just do their own thing. They didn't heavily interact with Chauncey except for when they first met. Even then, they're more interested in doing their own thing than interacting with him. We'll have the senior center and the puppy patrol. I think that works. As long as it works for Pippi. It's all up to Pippi this time. Pippi's adopting a dog, not me. Oh, that's too far over. So precarious. I'm curious how their like meet and greet stuff goes. Never done that with a dog with them before. With Chauncey, we knew he was good with other dogs, so we took the chance. With Baka, it was... The fork is your problem, Tripod! Tripods make me mad. With Baka, it was dog flu season. So she couldn't come in. I still feel bad about them waiting out so long for me. Oopsies. We didn't know. I tried to do the right thing. I tried to. Would you like to function tonight? I need you tonight. We got things to do tonight, Tripod. We do. Thank you. Oh, I was gonna open up the trap. Well, let's pop in with Peebs first, and then we'll bop back into here. This is not standing. I may need to switch tripods, and that would be a bitch. Okay, let's counterbalance everything else. Ah, okay. Good enough for government work. Good enough is good enough is good enough. Just thought the dog tender thing was so... I turned my back on the world for a moment. I have a song for this moment. I'm not mad, you're mad. And I need this for a minute. Not like the naked men, just the song. Ugh, I hate tripods. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. I just moved my other one over somewhere. Where? I just put it somewhere earlier. Where? Say fuck it. I don't care. There. Oh, dick biscuits. So the dog Tinder thing was so pet owners could hook up. Didn't know people were... Oh, no, they don't. I was just making a joke. Like, maybe it does exist. But I was just making a joke. Is there really a pet Tinder? Oh, that was unfortunate. Serena isn't words. Serena isn't watching. Does the camera still fall down in the woods? Yes. I feel it in my bones. When I suddenly have a burst of frustration or depression, I know a camera somewhere fell down in the woods. It's my sixth sense. Magic powers. I can't believe that was to be such a jerk. I am personally offended. Raise your hand if you have been personally victimized by Serena's tripods. Sense a disturbance. Sense a disturbance in the camera force. This is not the falling tripod you are searching for. It's my new lightsaber. Chuck it. Fuck it. Chuck it. I'm so glad we live in a world where music exists, and instead of just getting pissed the fuck off, I can play a YouTube video and then feel my feelings and then move on with life. What a time to be alive. How did cavemen do it? This one is like the longest threading thing in the world. Okay, if you want to be a dick today, then just go. Don't do it. Just don't do that, tripod. No, this is even kind of wobbly. I think it should be sturdier. The only reason I was using the other one is it's like an inch taller than this one. Size matters when it comes to tripods. Okay, I'm over it. Let's try that again. Let's try that one more time. Yes, I think so. You just can't be as handsy with this one as I'd like to be. It's okay. Tank test. Tank test, tank test. 1, 2, 3. Blurp, 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 blurp. Light. And then switchy magoos. I really yapped for like 20 minutes straight. This time I looked at the clock, it was 10:40, and I was like, oh, we have time to go with PB and then come back in and do the trap and take meds and 20 minutes later, still sitting on your butt. That's okay. It's comfy. Alright, I'm gonna flip this around. We're gonna lose audio for a sec. There she is. Little baby PB. Make her more Waco and probiotics. Onwards. Put you guys in my pants. Even if pockets. I tidied yesterday, which means I didn't have my pile of reject clothes from earlier this week, and I was planning on wearing a different top, but whoa, here we are. Okay, big head, why are you zoomed? There you go. I don't know what I did there. Sup? We're off to a great start tonight. I'm not cursed, you're cursed. Oh, that's so bright. Turn that on right in my eye. That was dumb. Like in my eye, because one is shielded with my hair. Oh, Slavka Big Sprawls. She has such big words to share. Little Void. Even Charlie is joining in on the social circle. She's like the observer, the mother hen. Peeps, we gotta make you let go. I love that she sits in that spot and waits for me. It makes me feel bad. She's so cute. She has no business to be so cute. No business to be so cute whatsoever. 30 forked up this tripod. Jesus. Jesus. Exactly. reject clothes. Like you put them on and then changed your mind. Yes. I have like 3 potential outfits for anything that I do because I don't try things on. When I pull them out, I'm just like, this will look good together. This will look good together. This will look good together. And then I just put them all on and decide which one I like the most because I have like a crisis in my closet and I'm lazy and I don't want to go all the way from the stream room to all the way downstairs, all the way under the stream room to my closet to go get everything if I don't like what I'm wearing. It's kind of a waste of time, but also kind of genius. It's less of a waste of time than going back up and down the stairs a million times. At the very least. Get warm. Reject clothes. Hello, Slavka. We love you. You're okay. No uppies then. You're foofy. This shirt has to be, well, I guess bra, whatever, I guess top needs to be retired after tonight. I'm sad. Sad. I have to retire it. I tidied. Let me see if I remember where everything. I have a donate and for sale pile over here. Except I forgot to list anything for sale today. Why retire it? The elastic has given out on the bottom of it. Like it's crackly. It's dead. It'll work for tonight and it looks cute, but as soon as I take it off, it'll get too wide and it'll never elastic back and then it will never fit again. Rest in peace. I've had those since 2014. So I mean it lasted 12 years. I got my money's worth. It was probably less than $20. I got it when I was a little baby broke cam girl and I wasn't spending good money on things. Hello. You gonna mix up for your sissy? Rest in peace, top indeed. Ooh. But it looks cute for tonight. So I can accept it. Just one less thing, because you know this takes up so much space. One less thing to move to the French in terms of how to condense my closet. I'm not worried about fitting my furniture. I'm not worried about fitting the zoo. I am worried about fitting my clothes. The French does not have a lot of closet. And I was planning on using a spare room for closet space, but that's obviously going to be foster room because there are more important things in life. But I need a fork to mix the probiotic. Slavka, you're a big baby. No milk. No milk for you. I have to figure out something for closet. I don't know. I like that my closet is in the spare bedroom here because I can keep the door closed to the bedroom, keep the zoo up because there's lots of things with hanging strings, like between just hoodies and pants. Here like lingerie, like garter belts and fancy little things. Oh, that was obnoxious.
420 just followed.
So we'll have to figure out something for that. You know, not that I don't have like a shit ton of drawers in a dresser set. Probably end up putting a lot of my clothes into that. Anything that shouldn't be out. Your TV quacking at you. Will probably go in the drawers and then everything else will get hung up that can be. You need to close your door all the way, peeps. Tiny biscuit. Just put all my clothes in the garage. It's climate controlled. Oh, the baby. The baby, the baby, the baby, the baby, the baby, the baby, the baby. The baby. Oh, I love the baby. She is everything. Eat your face. Oh, I love you. Oh, oh. Baby, you're adorable. You're a little stinky love. Oh, you playing the ducky matching game? I don't know what the show is, but it's cute and she likes it. She watches it. I don't really understand, but I accept. I'm gonna put some probiotic in. You're gonna let go, my love. I gotta get more of these. Shit. There's only 2 packets left. I leave the box out so I remember. Using the Purina ones before, and then I got these, and they're all like stuck together at the bottom. Like how sugar gets hard. You're just rubbing around my paws. You're so cute. You know you're getting yummies, even though probiotic is not your brand of greatness. So don't infiltrate my milk. That's the point of you still getting milk. You're all grown up now. You don't need it. You do need probiotic, and you won't freaking eat wet food. So, choices get made. Don't be lumpy. Don't be lumpy. Okay. Doop. Doop, tiny bean. Doop, 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 doop. Little Miss Biscuit. Ready? Oh my god. We're not having fun with tripods tonight. And guess what? I have no solution. We're playing a zero-sum game here. I was gonna put on matching socks. I totally forgot. Oopsies. You ready, lady? No free butts. No free butts. Oh my god. You're just playing the danger game, aren't you? I know, it tastes different. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There you go. Mmm. Yummy. 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 One more. Such a little bunny rabbit squirrel. Who made you such a cute little bean, huh? Who? No free butts. Her tail and her legs got longer overnight, I swear to God. Like her tail is huge now. And she's long. But she looks a little taller to me. What do you think, Peebs? Let me put this back in the fridge, girlfriend. You got tall overnight. What happened? What happened? Hello, little biscuit biscuit. Little baby biscuit. It's a booty booty boo. Do you give me boops? Come here. She says, no, I'm a cat. I do what I want. Oh, you playing peekaboo? See, do peekaboo. Tripod. Work with me. Well, hello. Are you doing over and unders? You want to be fancy like Void? No free butts. No free butts. No free butts. Peekaboo. Peekaboo. Munster used to play peekaboo behind pillows, like jumping on the love seat. It was hilarious. Peekaboo. Peekaboo. Just because this wide look in her eyes, and you can see her pupils dilate in like real time. Peekaboo. It's just she's making biscuits. She doesn't like really play with it much. But she gets happy by it. Peekaboo. She gets excited by the thought of peek, 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 peekaboo, peek, peek, peek. We spend so much of the day doing this. Peekaboo, peekaboo, peekaboo. Boom. And pupils just like, yeah. Peek. Peek. Are you stubborn? Peek. Oh, you just want to lay on this together. Okay. Aw. I think you just want to chew on my fingers. But I love on you. I love on you. Peekaboo. I want to play with my hair. I love her so much. Oh my goodness. Young exhibitionist indeed. Oh, she gets into imagination land so hard with it. She's stealthy. She's very stealthy. Okay, Raybot is just going down, I guess. Stealth mode. What you doing? You making your little biscuits? You making your little biscuits? She's still kind of mad at me from her hospital stay, but she's mostly over it. She's treating me like I'm a little sus again though when I walk in. Look at you. Give me those bellies. Oh, okay. Okay. No bellies. Only Zoom. No bellies. Only Zoom. Come here. Badoop. Boop boop. Boop 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 boop. Badoop badoop badoop. Where'd she leap to? It's a peekaboo. Now she wants peekaboo behind the chair. Peekaboo. But now you want lovin's? I love trying to figure out baby brain. Makes zero sense to me. She wants to be a mighty queen. Yada da da da. I've never seen such a cutie beeb than little Miss Peeb. She has such a motor. Little rumbler. And she's off again. Team Rocket is blasting off into outer space. I'm sorry you're having a bad day. I hope it gets better. Stubby rumbler. Her legs look longer to me. I feel like she looks more proportionate today. I don't know. Her tail got big. She had a growth spurt like overnight. Oh, there's a cord. We gotta chase that. No, we don't. No, we don't. Like, you think you can stop me with lap? Never. Never. He unsmushed us. No, don't. You can sniff, but don't lick. That's coffee. It's coffee. It's coffee. I don't like this tripod. This is like my last resort tripod. And it is our last resort choice. Should be fine to stay still for Pippi. Oh, my peeker. My peek. Hi. And she's gonna go back for more, I think. Maybe. You're gonna sneak around the back? Oh, are you gonna bite me in the butt? Did you get me? Did you get me? Did you get me? Oh. 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 Do. Where are you going? Oh. She's behind the blanket on the other side of the couch. Peek. She's gonna come and jump on my face. Peek. I don't know where to hide now. Peek. Oh, lovey. Lovey. She is so confused about what she wants. She is so cute. She says, hi guys. I'm really cute. I'm really adorable. Hi, my name's Peebee. And this is a story of my cute little existence. Do. That's her life story. That's all that goes through her brain. Do. Peek. 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 Why are you twitching one of your eyes? Do you have boogies? Let me see. She's like, just winking at me. Are you just so cute? Are you just so cute? It's a little roly-poly-oly. Little roly-poly-oly. Little biscuit baker. Little biscuit baker. Peek. 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 Why are you being blinky? I think she just wants a passive peekaboo floor gremlin sesh. Which, you know, I won't say no to that, but that's gonna make me a sleepy girl. Oh, she hears my necklace. Round 2. Fight. That did not work. Da peek. Da peek. Peek. It's probably more my hair that she's interested in than anything else. I'm betting on Peebee. I'd bet on her too. Peek. As long as it gave a peekaboo. Peek. Never played in my life. Peek. You tired from being a camera star earlier? Hello, baby. Mwah. 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 I love her. She got stuck behind the bronze curtain. Oh, you get it. Wait, that hair just fucks up your whole life, huh? Bloop, bloop, bloop. I'm giving her like horrible life habits. It's not a good idea. Shouldn't make her play with hair. Or let her play with hair. Hello, baby bear. Hello. Can I hold you? I love you. I think you're very cute. Where you going? She's flanking me. Come here. We must reassemble our arsenal. Peek. I want to get gotted. Then we can ha 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 ha. Shave down Pippi. She's the silliest goose. Oh my god. You will never see me again. I ended it all over a tripod. Come on down to the show, sis. I'm just gonna pour super glue all over this thing so it never moves again. That's the solution. Super glue bath. Oh, I fixed the piano that Zeke scratched his nose on. The piano foot piece a couple weeks ago. I glued it. I'm proud of myself. I wasn't sure if it would actually attach well, but it did. No more boop boop nosies. Because I just had heavy stuff sitting on it after. Come here. How did I fix it? I just super glued it. I grabbed 2 of the little tubes of super glue that I bought and just slathered it over. And then I kind of glued my foot to it because I stepped on it like to clamp it down for a few minutes, and I didn't realize some glue had leaked out and my sock was kind of stuck to it, but it's fine. It's fine. Oh, no cords. No cords. It's my light. Snuggle me. Snuggle me. We're gonna go shave Pippi. She says no snuggles right now. It's wild girl hours. The way she jumps is so funny. She just puts everything on her front end and like the back end just gets there. I love her so much. She's so silly. And full of her foods and wahs. Actually, it's probably good that I didn't change my socks here because they're gonna get fluffy with Pippi stuff. I got my super cool grooming pants on. Not on now, but out for Pippi grooming. I think they're actually snow pants, but I don't know. It's my drinkies. She's eating and drinking good again, which is marvelous. I am relieved. Can't be giving your mother anxiety like that. Sure, my grandpa would have had a more sophisticated solution to fixing it, but my solution was super glue. And it worked. It worked, peeps. Yeah, that'll be. Where'd you go, baby Nutter Butter? I found you. The beast. The beast. The beast. Hello. Watch. Watch. Hi. Ringo's window watching someone walking down the alley. Peeves! See, she had stopped running away from me when I come in the room for a few days, and then she had to be hospitalized. And now she's a little sketch at me again. Perfect stealth attack spot, indeed. She says, I got your paws, Mom. Got your paws. Show did. Why is this loose? That's probably not helping anything. Lefty loosey, righty tighty. Tell him, Ringo. Swirly, 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 swirly. I told them to figure out who was going to wear Chauncey's shoes, and Ringo said, I got it. I got it. I'm very proud of him. It's a little more stabilized. What do you think, PB? What's that? It's puppy friend. Void met Ringo earlier today. They touched noses and then she skirped off because, oh my god, big giant dog. But it was very cute. What are you doing, Stinky? Where'd you goes? Oh, hi. Lord have mercy on this tripod. Crying out loud. Boo. Peek. Peek. I'll let her play peekaboo with you guys. Peek. Peek. She doesn't understand. Peek. Alright, 2 more boofs and I'll reassess the situation, Ringo. Oh, he said, well, 3 boofs. Look at it now, Mom. So I'm gonna steal dog pads and water bottles out of my car. Oh, did you take over for me, PB? Did you be in charge? Give me one more smooch, Goober. Then hippie haircut time. Beebs. Trying to get her to respond to something. to come when called. Oh, that was really cool. Aw. Makes me miss when Stripes and Nibbler were running around up there. That's a really big leap. I think you should be mindful. Thank you. Okay, that was worth it. She's on her own playtime agenda now. Yeah. I could not have scripted that any better than it happened organically. She said, hi! Flying leap. Oh my goodnessy. Alright. Let's defloof the floofer. Defloof the floofa. PB, we love you. She's under the chair, I think. She has her toy under there. She's hoarding it like a dragon. She's cute as can be. My little dragon baby. Little ham. I might want a hair clip. I don't want my hair in my face for grooming her. Also, I've cut my hair before while grooming dogs, and I don't really want to do that. I'll be looking down at their faces like this and like catch my hair with the back of the scissors. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. No, I don't. Maybe I'll put us over here so we have power connect. Hmm. 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 Ow. Bloop. Okay. That kind of works. It works enough. This I want out of the way. And it's a little too late to start trap training tonight anyway, so we'll start it tomorrow, but we'll put it together tonight. Which reminds me that I'm gonna want. Here's the other carabiner clip that I had up here. Over up here. It's somewhere. But it comes with one, but I'm gonna want to use a second one to prop it open. Floof close. Floof, 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 floof. Floof, 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 floof. Pippi has not been groomed on the table in a long time. But I think, whereas it didn't really benefit her for a while in her aging, it may benefit her now. Clipper, if you're gonna do this all night, you're just as bad as the tripod. Toxic. Toxic. Do, 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 do. Don't you know that you're toxic? Do, 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 do. I feel like I remember looking for another 7 here. I need a new 30. I haven't used it in so long. This one is rusting. Oh, my 10 is rusting now, too. Skizzers are in there. Repurposed a drill container. Hold my grooming stuff. Or excess grooming stuff. There's a 5. I don't think a 5 will get through you. This brush might be nice to have, though. Why is this rusting? These aren't supposed to rust. Might be able to get a 5 through it. I'll try. Is that my other 7? Oh, that's my other 10. Never thought about how much different animal grooming equipment there would be. I mean, more than for, well, I don't know, I haven't spent much time in a salon, but more than for people, just because there's so many different types of coated dogs. Like, the stuff that's the same for people is like the clipper and the guard combs. But animal clippers are the opposite. So the really small numbers are long and the really large numbers are short, which is, I think, the opposite for people. Then, like, this is for, like, I don't know. I wouldn't recommend anyone use a Furminator because it's actually easy to, like, slice open their chest with it. I wouldn't use this on Pippi, but this is for, like, longer coated dogs, Goldens, Labs, Shepherds. Even sometimes, like, really, really to be gently used on, but for pits that shed a lot, like short hair dogs in that situation, And then there's like a rake comb that you would use for like poodle hair or doodle hair. This is just a good comb in general that's a bit more handy than this one. It has wider edges. Then when you have Slavka, you're in the grooming cabinet. You have wire-haired dogs, like a wire-haired German shirt. What is it? German wire-hair pointer. Or a Cairn Terrier, or like an Arendelle. Sometimes they have wiry coats. This would be a good tool. No, this one would be the ideal tool for their coat. And then that's assuming that people like keep their dogs in show coats or longer coats versus just a shave down, right? And then this one would be more for like a collie chests, like really floofy floofs, to be able to thin out the hair in between. Grooming is more about maintaining the integrity of the coat if it's not just a complete shave down. So just how they tell you to like brush your people hair like from the bottom to the top so you don't have a lot of breakage at the bottom. That's pretty much what it is. Like different tools prevent different kinds of breakage for different kinds of coats. There's many more tools out there. I just have basic stuff. We don't have a lot of the shops that I work at, we just had more basic dogs than fancy breeds. I think we had 2 giant schnauzers that would come in, 1 sheepdog, and it's another weird breed that we had. We had an Arendelle, and then like Westies. Westies, those tools would be used for the most. I like doing Westie heads. You do them all square and cute. They're adorable. They're adorable. I think it just seems like a lot of equipment too, because hairstylists for people are more specialized. Like if you want a certain style or color based on your hair texture, you'll seek out someone who specifically specializes in that, versus not every hairdresser has every tool. Right, but every groomer has to be prepared for every dog. Mostly, kind of. Sort of. We're gonna get Fluffy. Slavka says, shave me down. Give me a haircut. Draw me a sheep. Here's my clippers. Those are important. You can trim your nails, sissy. Are you ready, Lala Pants? You're gonna have to scoot your boot because we gotta do Pibby stuff. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Not far away. I don't enjoy being covered in tiny little hairs. It's itchy. So we're putting on the cool clothes. The fur is gonna fly indeed. So we got the shop vac in tow. Right over there, oh. What's wrong with these? Why won't my foot go through? What did is there a hole? No. Pretty sure these are snow pants. I haven't worn these in so long. Oh my god. I feel the nostalgia creeping up my legs. Literally. There we go. Cute. They're just, oh, I probably plugged in. Ugly, but they're functional. Good for groomings. I'm gonna grab a hair clip because I don't want to cut my hair off. Hello, peepers. You look like you're caught in trouble. Put some music on. Playlist of covers somewhere. Playlist of covers. Oh, not on the computer. Play here. You're gonna scare Boya. He's gonna think the ghosts are taking over.
I'm just trying to get you out the friend zone. 'Cause you look even better than the photo.
Ruffles.
I can find your handsome. Driving through that hesitation. Found out I was coming, said your
Oh wait, with it facing this way, it's gonna have her butt the whole time.
I only call you when it's past. The only time that I be
No free butts. We don't have long with boards. Easy.
I only call you when it's past. The only time I ever call you. I only love it when you touch me. You feel me when I'm fucked up. It's the real me when I'm fucked up. It's the real me, baby. I'ma let you know and keep it simple. Try to keep it up, don't seem so simple. I just want some pictures before I saw you. And you don't have to do it at my tempo. Always trying to send me off the rehab. Drugstore the feeling like a sneak out. I'm just trying to live life for the moment. And all these motherfuckers wanna relax. I only call you when it's past. The only
I
time
don't know if this will work. When I'm fucked up, it's the real me. When I'm fucked up, it's the real me. Yeah. Using a USB extension. Doesn't work. I didn't need to be a tough bitch. Be the weak bitch that you are. Oh wait, I know. You know what we can do. Put this on here. There's a little tall dog bowl. They're a bunch of good boys. Charging now? Yes. Good fun. I accept it. Baby. Baby, you gotta wake up. Oh. My. My. Baby's like, oh god, I thought I was done with this phase of life. No. Gotta get a haircut, sis. There you go. That is the equivalent of putting on jams and cleaning the house. You're not wrong. Honestly, I love grooming dogs listening to my own music now. At the shop I worked at, they always played country music, and it was so annoying. I loved Christmas time because we finally would get a break. from Christmas music or from country music. Every once in a while, we'd have like classic rock days, but almost consistently country. And just no, no. Let me see. Do your little nailsers. They're so fluffy. Holy cannoli. Might have to do a makeshift groomer's helper for her. Her nails grow so fast now that she's older. Aw, here. I'm gonna sit for this one. Get some good back noodles. Yeah, one more. Get it from the other side. Got gremlin toes. Gremlin toes. Come on. Come on. Listen. Good job. Oh, yeah, let's just watch you first. So lift it off the rug on the thing. Sorry, but oh, that's a good thing. He's like, what the hell just happened? It's an earthquake. It's an earthquake. But the puppies. Prep work. You see your little beans. Your little French beans. It tickles her toes. It was definitely better for her to do on the floor for a while. But I think at this point, this is better so far. She is so patient. She used to be so naughty for grooms. Like, so naughty. Shut up! This clipper is goofy. Keeps the floof at bay. She's so patient. She used to be a naughty lady for grooms. She would bite you when you would do her feet, and she doesn't really bite for that anymore. She just gets upset. But she used to be so naughty for Bath and Dry that the bathers would get paid $7 or $8 a dog. When I was a bather, I got paid $6 a dog, I think, and then it went up after I was in school. I used to pay them 10 to bathe and dry her because she would just scream the whole time. So she got used to it as she got older. She's so floofy. She's so patient and so floofy. Welcome, Midnight Dynamite. Welcome. I gotta see your tokens. I know, it tickles. I'm sorry. I know, it tickles. It tickle, I know. She's always had ticklish toes. You go, get your balance. Pippi has maximum floof like Phoebe right now. Okay. You're not gonna be perfect, you just gotta be good enough. These bare claws. Okay. Shut up. My Moser has an attitude. Yeah, you gotta shake your butt. Shake your booty doompa. Your booty doompa. So we'll shave your ears first. You're so floofy. You're tired. Get some rest. I know exactly the feeling. Do your thing. We are here bringing peace and shaving. Oh, you got dirty ears. Is it infected? No, it's just dirty. I don't have superpowers. You can tell when a dog's ear is infected. It'll smell like Fritos. Sorry if anyone's having their midnight snack right now, but... Baby's like, I've been right here, stupid bitch. I know. You're my baby. Get a little gnat behind your ear. Did your mom let you grow out too long? There we go. Loof! Loof! Sorry, I'm ruining every food for everyone. I've ruined noodles for you guys. I've ruined nice rice for you guys. I've ruined Fritos. It's a rough one. Being perpetually exhausted and never able to sleep. Feel you on that. Sleep is a rare commodity. It's a rare commodity. It gets ticklish in the bottom of her ears too. When she's not doing it now. Need the satisfaction of the clipper in full. I'm gonna be able to see the shade that girly. I can give no satisfaction. I can get no. You wonder how I cut my hair while I'm drinking. I can't get no. No. Thanks. Oh, it's okay, Mama. You don't keep our balance so good anymore. Here, you want to try this? I don't know if it'll work for what we're about to do, but gotta move up on the table, princess. Yeah, no. It's not pulling on you. Don't walk off of there. Oh, sleep is good for you. How your body heals, resets, gets itself back together. Probably feels very satisfying. Gives her a happy little toe moment. Shake your butt. Let Pibby's tail grow out all of her life. I'm gonna have to trim it. There's a knot. And this is the longest it's ever gotten. This tiny piece of hair. Never cut her tail. I'm gonna have to for the first time tonight. Actually, I think I can take that out with thinning shears. Try. Take it easy, girlfriend. Oh, we finally got to cut your tail. I'm sorry. There we go. Kept most of the integrity. The integrity of the floof. The plumage of the floofage. She looks like she's got a mullet now. She kind of does. Let's wait till I pre-shave the rest of her ears. She's gonna look like very interesting. My little baby Joe Dirt. Yeah, we can't do this with the helper on. You gotta be able to get under your Legos. You're getting old, sister. But if the past is any indicator of the future, she's gonna look like a baby puppy when she's all shaved down. A scruffly baby puppy until she's post-bath time. Bath is for another day. Grooming is a 3-day project with Piggy. You don't want to wear her out too much. She is no baby. You shave your belly. It's pre-shaved them ears. It's okay. You got the shakies.
It's a revolution, I suppose. We're painted red to the right. Whoa, I'm breaking
They make an actual like ketchup like this called the Gerber Seltzer. They don't have one. And that's why it's just as good. We weren't allowed to use them at the shop I worked at though, because that was lazy grooming. Even though it would have been so much better for like the senior dogs. Hey, sissy. It feels tickly. Oh, I think my red brush is in the boys' room. I need that one. Not now, a little bit. You got a naughty. Chop your ears all nice and neat. You'll probably want to lay down by the time we're done. It'll be okay to do your face then, but usually difficult. It's okay. It just tickles. It just tickles. It's just a little tickly. It's just a little tickly. It's okay. It's okay. Kitty's fuck you anthem to me while getting a haircut. She is priceless. Here's this brush. This brush will work. Handles of these shears are rusting too. What the fuck? Just the handle though, not the blade, thankfully. Not my offsets. Hi, Sissy Lala. You don't look funny with the tree shave anyway. I got a big mole growing in your ear now. She is priceless. She was free. She belonged to a client at the shop that I worked at. And Cocker Spaniels cast of pee, like they do happy peas, especially when they're young. Most dogs do when they're young anyway. And they didn't want her to do that. So they said, can you find a home for her? And I said, I'll take her. I've never had a dog. That's how I got my first dog, my Pippi. And it was perfect, actually. Because shortly after that, I'd moved into my apartment. There's a whole thing. With the story I've told a million times. The entryway, my apartment was carpeted, but the entryway was tile. And it was perfect because I would get back if Pippi wasn't already with me going somewhere. And then she just had her little paniddles on the hard floor, and then we clean it up. And it was all good. Not perfect, not meant to be. It's just appreciated. Just hate when her ears look straggly. I feel bad. Got so many moles in your ears, girly. How did I not nick that with the clipper, honestly? Monster, the sink is not for you. It is not your 24-hour buffet of garbage. Got stubborn little baby curls. Hold on. What are you doing?
Hey,
Hey.
whoa,
Whoa.
hey, hey. Yeah. I'm making a change today. The liquor been taking the pain away. I heard you was giving your chain away. That's kind of like giving your fame away. What's wrong with you? I sit in a box where the owners do. A boss is a role that I've grown into. I love you to death, but I told you
Little
that
mammy ears.
you are only you.
Not perfect. Doesn't need to be.
You got one in the dance that only two, man. How many times have I shown improvement? How many nuts I've been woke?
Grooming really is like a. It's not really a testament to her, but kind of because she used to be naughty for it. But grooming is just a thing that they get used to if it's done repetitively. Like most groomers recommend for dogs to come in like every 4 to 6 weeks, and that's not just because they want money. We all want money. It really does help them get used to the process and to behave well for it over time. Your dog only gets a bath like every 3 or 6 months or once a year. Christmas time was the worst because we get the dogs that would only come in once a year, and usually the giant ones, like Ringo size. And that was fun because I don't know what to do for the whole time that they're there. All right, sissy girl, you ready? You save your beautiful body. I'm gonna vacuum because there's a lot of floof on the floor already. Try and make it a maintainable process. I'm gonna mute us. Vacuum is loud. Vacuum slowly because the pooful floofs get stuck. Hi, Sissy Lala. Ready, Mama Bear? And shave out your armpits too. I might be able to get a 5 for you. Might have to do a mix of a 5 and a 7. Probably can do a 5 on your body and then a 7 on your leg. Armpits. Armpits. You're such a good girl. JK, we might need something on your body. Alright, can we do this, baby girl? I think we can. You're a big, strong, tough lady. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're a big, tough lady. I haven't even used this mute in so long. Hi. Merch. Now she's a little mullet head. Business up front, party in the back. We got our little lammy ears going on. She's really clever. She's a good girl on the table. She won't just walk off of it, but she also really can't see that well anymore, so we want to be mindful. If I put you down, then you'll think you're done. Whereas we can just stay on the table. Sleep, I'm just calling the cat. Everyone's out in the stall. I should stay control. Yep, sneeze. Okay. Survived. The opposite of a show coat. Show coat for her would still be leaving plumage we cannot maintain anymore. It's too old. You need to stop focusing on any sort of perfectionism. It's a pre-shave. It's a pre-shave, Serena. I know you don't like leggies. I'm sorry. Just a little. Okay, now we're all done. Just kidding. But as far as you're concerned for the moment. I know, I'm sorry. But I'm not biting me like she used to though. You need your little chicken feet. You got Grinch feet. So much food. So much food. You gotta finish your front line. You got this side, okay, sis? You're doing good. You're such a good girl. I know, it's tickly. I'm sorry. It tickles. Here, take it off. It's tougher than that, Clipper. I know, Mama. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. You win. There we go. Every time I get that little piece of hair, try to get that little piece of hair that was behind her elbow, she goes from her leg being like relaxed, fleck, relaxed to fleck, relaxed to fleck. Like, girl, it's one little fluke. Come on now. You can get your chest with the other clipper. Her chest has such thin skin now that she's older. I get scared using the big tooth clipper versus the fine tooth clipper. It's so easy to catch skin. Easy. You're doing good, Twinkle.
so you can take it slow. Away from them to ask you who you are. Please don't make it sorrow.
You guys could see all of the hair on the floor right now. Oh my gosh. Good girl. Maybe a little sit. You can sit. Little scrappy baby. Little scrapple bopple. There it goes. Ah. We have before. And after. God. You got such a floopy head. You're such a floopy head. Oh my goodness. This should vacuum. That's crazy. Baby good girl. Stay. What's easier? I have to clean out the underneath room. I don't feel like wrestling it to empty it. Grab the broom. Stay. Stay.
Jason Derulo, oh yeah. You shine it bright just like the sun and I shine. Always be fucking up some come on my zero. Oh, can we notice your body? The notice everybody fall in love, fall in love. I'm a rolling stone, baby, come on.
Good girl. Thank you, little Tommy.
Girl, I know you're not wrong, but you got me dying. You got that lifestyle, everybody knows. There ain't even nothing on you. We got that lifestyle.
Ooh. Welcome to Ghost Flora. She is such a cute little bean. She's a fluffy beast. Right now she's Harvey Two-Face. She's Pippi Two Lengths. Get you situated. There you go. She looks thirsty. She's not thirsty. She's just expressing a bit of overwhelm. She's 15 years old, so grooming is a lot on her at this age. She's just panting because it's slightly stressful. She's ready to lay down. That's why we do this in a 3-step process. Today is the pre-shave, then she gets to rest. Tomorrow is her bath, then she gets to rest. And then the next day we'll neaten up all these little scrufflies. She's starting to AT out on me, which I expected. Shave the boogie. Back rub just a little bit. She does like the attention part of it, but being older, she gets worn out by it so fast. You can tell by her stance, like it's not set as proper. Her posture is lower. Hi, okay. Almost all the cats have gone in and out of the grooming cabinet now. Mm-hmm. Good job, lady. He's a good girl. I know you don't like your legs. I'm sorry. Do a little bit of leg. Just a little, just a little. Just a little through those big old Grinch feet. Okay, then we do some sides. We do some back leg. Longer, shorter clip to put on sides. There you go. Chicken leg. Chicken leg. Chicken leg. And some sides. And some leg. I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're such a good girl. I know. You don't like it. Hold on. Okay, we'll come back to that one. What's the song? I don't know, but it's interesting. Interesting. Aw, 3 is like the perfect age for a puppy. They're still baby, but they're coming into their adult timeline. It's very cute. You subbed before hitting the follow button, Fedora. Welcome. Thank you so much. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult officially. Thank you for being you. You're an awesome human. I know. Yeah, I'm getting old, Mama. I actually ran into one of my old taquitos. One of my old grooming coworkers at the vet the other day. I'm terrible at recognizing people, but surprisingly, she recognized me. I was like, oh my god, hi. I haven't seen you in like 10 years. More than 10 years. Hey, a little bit more, sissy. A little bit more. I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mima. She's sick of it. She's giving me ears. She starts to put her ears down, like where they can get caught in the clipper. She's done with it. But you're not quite done yet for tonight, sis. Almost. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Off the sun, baby. Baby, slow down. Yeah, quite a bit of food layering out there, girl. Okay. Do her feet, like just round them out. And then, no. She'll be ready to lay down, and then we'll do her face. You shine around, bang, bang. I hit the ground, bang, bang. Off the sun, baby. Baby, shine down. So hard to shave this spot even on her anymore. And you guys can see your like little hip bones stick out now. Always ends up having like little cowlicks. Kick finally works with PayPal. I have no idea that was integrated or not integrated. I don't know. I never even looked for an option for it. Hey, baby. I just have my card connected to it. And oddly enough, I know I set up Kik with my bank info for payout, but somehow Stripe switched it over to my card, like that I sub with. So because my debit card expired, like my bank card, payout got borked up and stopped. And I messaged them like, oh, I didn't get paid. And then we figured out it was because I got a different card, and that's how it was set up through Stripe. And long story long, it will not let me set it up through my bank account. It just keeps refreshing the page through Stripe each time. Last time I tried, because I argued with support for like, not argued, but went back and forth with support for like 2 days. So I wasn't even aware that PayPal ever was or would be an option. But I don't understand how that works. So you get like payout through a deposit on your card. I don't know. Like, it connects directly to your checking account anyway. But it's been puzzling. Never had a site that set up payout like that, or even allowed it to be set up like that. I don't know why Stripe would even do that. I have proof on my toes. Corner has smarter like us. No one on the corner is swagger like hippie. Nor on a sidewalk or a straight road or a street corner anywhere. I have flu in my nose. Me too. Deep flu for my snoot. Not blowing my nose, I'm blowing hair out of my nose. Only you guys would judge me if I did blow my nose in my shirt, though. She is only human. She is only human. So we're gonna do your feet and your face. Pretty lady. I want my offsets again. Maybe I want my curves. I don't know. Probably use my curves for like finalizing them. No, which tattoo? My hot leaf or above my paw print? Like, wait, which ones have words? Oh, sweet girl. You guys get to see the mushroom magic. Ready? Say you do perfect cocker feet. If she'll let me. Hold them in the palm of your hand. And then trim them from below. And then they'll have a perfect rounded mushroom shape. No, you're not doing perfection, so you're gonna stop. It's a creep shape. Just want all the scragglers off. I love doing cocker feet. I started doing that for Shih Tzu feet too, and they turned out so cute. Kind of like a teddy bear trim. It's beautiful. It's a perfect foot. I like the mushroom method because when their foot sets down, it's a different look than like when you're holding it. So you're apt to cut off too much hair while you're holding it because when they set their foot down, the hair pattern changes with the weight of their foot going down, if that makes sense. Probably explaining that horribly. But it looks much cuter and it's much more correctable when done like that. Oh, the one above my paw print, it says, and she loved a little boy very much, even more than she loved herself. It's for my dog Snoop. See, I have a picture of him on the fridge. I spelled water over it, so it's ruined, but like extra artistic now. That's my dog Snoop. Right, we do this pauser. So you know my mom doesn't do it. Your nails are still so long. We gotta try and drum them down a little more tomorrow. Let me see. Look a little see. A little see. Perfect for a free shave. And do the other side. Then we shaved your head and we're done for today. Tomorrow is bath time. Little Stacey Bear. You wanna sit? Okay. You can sit. You can do your front leg. You wanna try to sit? You wanna try to sit? You can sit if that's comfy. Yeah, they're trying to snip snip. One will probably be a little less beveled, but that's okay. Tickly toes. Right now, I'm miracle. Diesel, you're jealous you're not getting a haircut. You're not a haircut dog. Honestly, we did have dogs like with Diesel's hair that would come in for a full shave down, like as short as, not shorter even than 50's ears. Just because they would shed so much, even though they're short hair dogs, that it would only be tiny little sheds instead of full length hair sheds. We go kind of fast with these too because she's getting tired. No perfectionism allowed. Good enough. One more. Here you go, Sophie girl. We'll screw my scissors off. The amount of times I've broken my scissors by brushing off the table. Right, take a rest for a moment. Mom, sit, coffee. 3 little feet around me. Left up there. Not that it won't get shaved off again in a couple days, but you know. Aww. Crash is such a cute name. We love the big puppies. Up until Ringo, Snoop was the biggest dog I ever had. I rescued him. He was 42 pounds. And he wasn't fat. He was just a big dog. He got up to 80, which was amazing. size-wise, if it wasn't clear from the picture, he was like similar to Dog from Turner and Hooch. This is Starsky and Hutch. No, Turner and Hooch. You're such a good girl. I'm so proud of you. Are you ready for face? Are you ready? Say no, Mom. I'm not ready for face. Well, we gotta do it anyway. Maybe he's gonna regress 10 years. And have some funky bangs for a minute. Okay. George Costanza. Here's a different girl. Come on. There you go. Get your smooth. Blend that a little more. I'm gonna be a ragamuffin, but you can be a little less of a ragamuffin. My little young lady. And don't stick out your tongue. There goes the beard. Hello. Good to see you. Thank you. The bitch, I ain't got an eye on that side. I can't see. I know. I'm sorry. It's a little snoot. You gotta look real cute to meet your new man, honey. It's like a reality show makeover TV. Perfect timing. I need to oil my clipper. Take a minute. And trim your bangs a little bit, and then you're done, sissy. By the light. Aww. Crash is a perfect name for him. Zoomy Zoomy Bonk. Zoomy Zoomy Bonk. I love unlikely friendships. It's so cute. It's so cute and sweet. In case God doesn't show the good times roll, and I want to make things right. We used to shave down her nose for a more like showy look. And little fruits by her eyes. And I just like to trim them. And she looks more like teddy bear in the face, even though it's short. Teddy bear haircuts are like long and fluffy. You can't really do long and fluffy because you're an old lady. I didn't pay attention to this last time, but she's so. How do I describe this? So I'm showing on like one side here. She's blinking. She's blinking her other eye while I'm on the other side, even though she doesn't have an eye over there. She's like still making the motion. It's fascinating. You're so cute. You're a little scrappy looking, but you're really cute. Now she's a baby puppy again. Baby puppy again. A scraggly little baby puppy, but a baby puppy. I know, you're sick of being touched. I'm sorry. Or do you floop in you, mama? Okay, we're gonna sweep and I'll try to use the vacuum. I need to clean out the vacuum. I don't feel too. For the rest of the remnants of flufferys. You're such a good girl. You're just gonna hang out while we get all the food, lady. Little lady. Thanks for the memories, even though they weren't so great. Like you on the sweeter. Floofy mama. Floofy mama. You did so good. I'm so proud of you. I have cookies out here for you. I'm sure I do somewhere. I think all the cookies are in Ringo's room. See if I can vacuum the with Jessie. Little beast. I can't tell if it's full or if it's just your hair. Like it's that. I don't know. Vacuum is loud. Vacuum anymore. She used to get sketched out by it. Sorry, there was one more floof. I cannot neglect the floof. Huh, you're gonna be in my way. Roll up nice. Thanks. Hi, baby girl. Hi, baby girl. Phoebe does look so sleek. The grooming table is being used for grooming again. It wasn't really in her best interest for the last few years. She was doing better with it on the floor. So we used the groomer's helper technique. And I think we're back to being a table puppy. Oh, welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a good night. No. She looks like a baby puppy again. A scruffy baby puppy. She's ready to lay down. She's tired. If she was younger, I would put the table down with her and me on it, but that'll freak her out. So let's put it down with me on it. Where's the pump? Whee! She's gonna be so happy. She's gonna roll around everywhere. Find your rolly spots. She's a little baby puppy with a floofy tail again. She has to go roll around in bed. She's stiff from it. Oh, we found the rug. It's a good rug. Go, Pippi, go. Your back is so much darker than it used to be. Like, it's not just this lighting. Do cockers toast like Siamese cats? I never noticed that before. Hi, sis. You get a cute little haircut? Do you look like a little baby puppy again? Look at those gremlin feet. We gotta trim those up nice for your secondary haircut. It's a happy rubs. Baby Pippi. He's just a baby. He's just a 15-year-old baby. It feels so good. Feels so good. She's mean mugging you guys. Like, how did you make... Why did you let my mom give me a haircut? You guys were supposed to tell her no. Your little tail is so floofy, Pippi. I guess what it like doesn't have in length, it makes up for in volume. I might thin it out a little bit. It's kind of disproportionate, but it's also really cute. But I feel like it would make more sense if I had left her ears longer, along with her tail. More balance. Whoops. Okay. Pippi needs some long stockings. She's shaved in February. That is her full name, Pippi Longstocking. She has her sweaters for the chillier days. I checked the weather, and it's going to be between like 26 and 50s this week. So I think we're over the super cold hump. But she has a crap ton of sweaters. To weave a coat out of all of her shorn hair, right? There are people that used to take bags of dog hair from us as like a garden insulation. Her eye filled up perfectly. Like the incision is fantastic. She was winking her lack of eye while she was getting her face done. She is so happy, and she did give you guys a hell of a stare down. Damn, I usually get that face post-grooming. Alright, let me put these away, and then we'll ditch our fluffy clothes, bop into some games. Oh, that's chilly for you, Cyogenics. My goodness. Surprised you weren't in like a full Carhartt bib pants and parka and hat, scarf, gloves. Ugh. I would not have judged you if you would have. Pippi, you did so good, Mommy. I'm so proud of you. I will trip over this, so it needs to go back where it was. Oh, I'm itchy. I don't like how that feels. I don't. Floof clothes. Floof clothes. Oh, it feels better. I want to be like Pippi and roll around on the carpet right now. Itchy. You're doing, Zipper. Chilly. Suddenly shedding layers. I think these are Abercrombie. They're Old Navy. Then why do they have the Abercrombie deer? Low waist. Well, I'm short. They're high waisted. Tomorrow doesn't exist. -20. Sheesh. It's fucking cold. It's very fucking cold. My goodness, golly. There's only like 10 degrees between us difference last night, Cytogenics. It's crazy. I think it got down to like 29 here last night. -20 is 20 negatives is about 30 negatives too cold for me. It's very dang cold. Products are gaslighting you. It's a gaslight from the past. I pulled us out of the tripod. I hate this tripod. I hate this tripod so much. After stream, I don't care what tripod it is. I'm ordering a different one. I'm over this. Over this. I'm over this. Dun, 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 dun. I don't see Kid in here. But fuck guys. She wasn't eating the hair though, just rolling in it. Unmuted? Not anymore. Did I not unmute it after I had a coughing fit? I was. Oops. I think I was just agreeing with how cold it was. And being simultaneously horrified by the cold. It's all good. I didn't say anything important, which is true. Only my social security number and bank account and debit card and all those things. Grab our light. And the charger is dead, so it's not charging anything at all. I think it's dead. It looks dead. It's cosplaying is dead. Yes. This cord stays out here. And then this goes into the junk pile, because I don't know if it's junk. I'll test it. I think this is the one that was fucking out on me months ago, so it might be totally done for. Oh, that's cold. That's cold metal. Do we get later? No. Maybe. Maybe, baby. No, it's better than a doornail. Never. Let me put my socks out here. I don't want to track these through the house. I vacuum them, but they're still fluffy. It's okay. I got another pair of fluffy socks waiting for me in the strim room. Well, that's such a sight to come back into. He's just licking his ass in front of the doorway. The PB. He's so cute and tiny and round. He's so cute. How are you so cute? Oh, Pibby did so good. I'm so proud of her. Baby. It's just a Bon Jovi kind of day. This is just gonna fall over. The tripod is done for. It lasted us this far. I broke 2 tripods in one night. Flip us over. There we go. Downside of the bra pocket. Didn't want to put cold things in there. I didn't consider that it would be cold. This one, where's the other one I was using? One of the feet stopped gripping and my shit is too heavy for it. And then this one just is meant to be flexible. So it's not really for the intent. I didn't really actually break them. It's not really for the intended purpose of like stationary mechanism. But there's no other tripods to use because I broke the good one weeks ago. So we're ordering another tripod tonight. I can't take this nonsense. I get irrationally cranky at very few things, but tripods, they piss me off. They piss me off. It's just something that I expect to work. And then when it doesn't work, it's like, well, go fuck yourself, you useless piece of fucking shit. It's very, very cute feelings. If you don't want to see me, somebody. Set up the trap, so it'll be an easy put tomorrow. And then we'll jump into a little bit of Doom. Caring about me now. Know how. I want my fluffy socks. Where are my fluffy socks? Charge. 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 Oh, they're right here. They're so close. We're gonna start in on 4. Doom double cubed. Or double squared. Doom double squared. You developed the game-winning strat of all grenades all day. That was incredible. I told my dad about it and I showed him and he was like, wow, that was pretty cool. I was like, wow, thank you. And then now I have a new mission in life. I am, dare I say, very excited for Doom 4 and to go forward to Eternal run again after. My dad was saying how he bought Doom 4 and he found it impossible to get past the first boss. So I'm terrified, but now I have the same reignition within my soul as like 2011 Serena did with a silly little Xbox bought off of Craigslist to win with no cheats at Doom 3. That Serena is back. She is back. I'm excited. I am reignited in my excitement, and I don't know what I'm looking for. I'm looking for something. I really don't know what. A hairbrush? I mean, that's like a good start. lost my window. Have an awesome rest of your night. I hope your early morning goes well, the Black Door. Thank you for your time tonight. Thank you for joining us over on the green side of things. Ooh. I think having played Doom Eternal has trained you for 4. I think it will help, and I won't disassociate through the first parts of it, like I did with Eternal. I really don't remember the beginning of Eternal at all. It all left my mind. I just focused on survival. But it looks like it has a lot of the same mechanisms. I have to think of a Doom emote for you. Someone put me into an AI and then have it turn me into Doom Guy. Actually, how would Grok do with that? I don't particularly enjoy or seek out using AI for things, but I find it interesting, like what it will think and create. Let's submit the photo of, let me pull it up on the computer. Submit the photo that I used for starting stream tonight and see what it comes up with from there. I feel like I'm not harming any development of AI, although definitely like natural resources. When I feel bad about that, but when I'm doing my stupid little Serena things, now I have my window back magically. That disappeared for like hours earlier. I should be logged into Twitter. Not allowed on Twitter. Site cannot provide a secure connection. Is Twitter down? Okay, phone. It is if it works. I don't know. Can it be down on web but like up on mobile? That's weird. I like the bad old AI too. That's how I came up with a couple of my emotes. It was just enough to like make things a little zazzy and smooth them out, but not hyper realistic. I'm curious. No, not camera. Uh-oh, it might be down on phone too. Oh no, I'm just moving too fast for how everything else moves. Let's see. What do we prompt it with? Merge this photo with Doom Guy, aka the Slayer. Would be a good prompt for that. This probably won't be our emote, but I'm curious what it will do. Okay, I think it'll work too. Merge this image with the character Doom Guy, in quotes, aka, I'm probably too specific, Slayer, but I'm also impatient, and I want it to just get it, what I'm telling it to do the first time. Like, add this, change this, epidipidipidipide, epidipidipidipide. Doom Guy is better than just Slayer. Is there a lot more Slayers? I am the Slayer. No, I'm Doom Girl. Doom, 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 doom. Maybe, depending on what it comes up with. It's thinking. Or it's asleep. I don't know. Let's open the box while it thinks. It thinks its thoughts. Leia, don't hit the panic button. Oh, it's stuck with giant staples. Oh wait, but it breaks here. Nah. How do you open this? Oh, I see. Snippies. Where are my skizzies? They should be up here. Where are you? I thought they were over here. Okay. It's thin tape, it should work. Yeah. Ow. suck with staples. Oh, you fuck ass! I am not satisfied. I did not get an image. What is it telling me? I can't directly edit or generate merged images here, but I can guide you on how to merge your selfie with the Doom Slayer, Doom Guy / the Slayer. Oh, now we call him the Doom Slayer. Okay. In a cool way and point you to the best resources. Your photo shows a confident pose with one arm up, red hair, black bra style top, neon lighting. Perfect vibe for a rip straight out of hell mashup. Well, at least it thinks my picture is good. I mean, that's kind of neat that it's giving me resources, though. It's popular ways to merge Doomslayer with custom images. Helmet overlay from PNG Arts or PNG Find or Kind PNG, or search DeviantArt for Doom Eternal Doomslayer rendered PNG. It's like referencing like actual image resources versus other AI resources. And then at the bottom it's like try free AI tools like Photoleap, PixArt, or Photor, blah blah blah, etc. But it won't just do it for me. Well, ChatGPT. That's an interesting answer, though. I wasn't expecting that. Grok is rizzling you up big time. That's his job. His job is to be liked. Okay, you can create an image from this. Merge my photo with... What did I say? I don't remember. Merge my photo with Doom Guy / the Slayer from Doom. I'm just curious. There are not many lights for AI that are not negative. I feel like it's a wonderful thing in the certain time and place that it would be required. But where it is everywhere right now, it is not required. I'm very curious what direction it will go in, whether we have a fully non-functional takeover. Screech, screech. Or if it'll be scaled back in some way to like the time and the place. Get it for ya. And see him in the mirror. The time and place that it's appropriate for. I'm really hoping for the latter. Where have my scissors gone? That's unfortunate. Try we shall. ChatGPT's version is hilarious. I look like, so you guys know the baby in the Teletubbies? The baby that's the sun? It's just the sun, but with like a baby's face in it. I like the boobas I love so dear. Let's get that into our minds first before I share this. I think it's going to be hard to manage and enforce scaling it back as well. But I kind of can see it happening only if there's enough public outcry repeatedly to where companies regain their integrity by not using AI and like everyone turns into the special snowflake. This is what it came up with. Which, like, it's not wrong based on the prompt, but I'm just an egghead inside of a Doom suit. I'm saving this. That's not gonna be our emote. Yeah, that's kind of AI gen I want to see. Like that's bare minimum. That's lovely. One more time for the people in the back. Stupid low battery mode. I just took my head and put it in the face spot. That made my night. Oh, that's Slavka. I thought it was Zeke. That was lovely. Lovely! That was incredible. Alright, let's see if I need a refresher course on how to set this up or not. So you came with one D-ring. But I want to find my other one for it so I can keep it perfectly propped. Don't freak out, boys. Ugh. So most of the TNR places have like rules for the size of trap that you can bring in. And neither of the ones on there were exact to either of the dimensions, but both were either, I forgot to put paper on my chair, approximate, like less than or at the required dimension. So I think it will be fine. It's a common brand name of trap. It's the True Catch one. So I think it'll be fine. But I did get the Fat Cat one because I couldn't find a weight limit for either of them. And I figured bigger is better. Oh, there should be like the divider thing too that I ordered on there. If they forgot it, I'll cry. No, there it is. That's awesome. Why is it zip tied though? It's the kind of lazy, almost copy and paste and paint kind of art. Yes, that's like the kind of Photoshop I would do. I have no Photoshop skills. So this thing is neat. So you can like, if you want to clean like potty pads or place food or like just clean anything up or get them like I had to tap the back of the carrier for Gigi to get going forward. So you can kind of use it as like a, not like to hit them with by any means, but let's see. Oh, it only fits in the mesh across here. Like kind of like a boop boop. A boop boop. It's heavy. I don't know why I was expecting it to be like lightweight. My trap stuff currently is very lightweight and that's probably why it fails. It's probably fine. They don't want super massive cages. No, and they have to be able to like easily sedate them, which is the trap is placed into the sedation space. Hi. Hello, buddy man. You don't have to go in anything like this, my friend. Don't worry. I like this cover. This cover is actually really good. So this is why we want 2 carabiner clips. So we can prop up on both sides for the front. I don't think I'm going to do that right at the moment. But I think this is the back, or is this the front? No, there's the catch pad, so that's the back. The front has like locking and unlocking mechanisms. I don't think I remember how to do this, which is okay. We have the manual. But we'll start trap training by leaving it like up like this. But the bottom rings help it also to stay closed. It's the Fat Cat Deluxe. But they do have size regulations for it. Like, you go through Pause for a Cause, formerly Spalinoy. And pull up the, what's it? Is this their site? No. It's a different rescue. Measurements 32 by 15 by 10. So I think that's the regular one, and this is the one that I have. Which, that feels, I mean, it's not an improper size, but it's small. Whereas I feel like that cat would fit better in that one. We have a lot of large males out here. Resisting making a fat cat deluxe tank joke. I think this one is a little bit bigger than, it's taller than. I think mine are the same width. Probably would have been best for Tank though. But Tank managed to walk into the house, which still shocks me to this day. I never in a million years thought he would just walk right in for us. And he did. My sweet little boy. He was ready to be tamed. Okay. Just want to make sure I remember how to use it. It's better to have those open first. How did they carabiner clip this? Like that. Okay. And then another one for the other side. Hi, Boobaloo. Hi, Boobaloo. How did that? No. I might have to YouTube how to set this up. I need a refresher course. So I need to be able to have it propped open for them to train for it. Oh, just to face all the way down. I'm not doing something right. I know exactly what I'm not doing right, but I'm not doing something right. That's what YouTube is for. It's like a oven griddle. Sorry, boys. I don't mean to traumatize you. How does this go? You didn't trap Tank, he trapped your heart. Aha, ha, 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 ha. That's true though. It is very true. I took a nap with him earlier and he spooned me. made me very happy. He's a good boy. He's a very good boy. I never thought he would be the sweet little man that he is.
This is the TrueCatch Model 30 LTD. It's a 30-inch trap. It's another popular choice for TNR. This trap has a front door, a trigger located here on the right at the top. It has a trip plate over here in the middle, and a back door. Notice how we also have two carabiners attached to the handle.
One more.
Now, they're not actually part of the trap, but you will
Somewhere in
need
the
them
kitchen.
to lock the doors. Now I'm going to show you how to set
It's
the
not
TrueCatch.
supposed to open, but
The
they
first thing we need to
use
do
them
is put
just
our
for
bait
safeguards.
inside. To do that, take the handle of the door and pull it straight up. Take your bait dish, set it right inside the door, and lower the door. When you
That's the
lower
back side.
door, make sure that the handle is on the outside of the hook. The hook that's on the frame, right there, it's on the outside. Next, we'll take our carabiner and hook that over both metal bars.
Oh,
And
that's
then
how they
you
were
just go
clipping it, not the
up
goofy
and
way that I
make
did.
sure that that's secure.
That makes more sense. Now, how do I get it off? There. Aha! That's some smart stuff.
Set the trigger of the TrueCatch trap. First thing we need to do is open the front door. So you'll see that the door is equipped with two metal rings. Take one ring in each hand, slide them to the top.
It's okay, Voya. It's for your brethren.
Finger and put it through the mesh of the door.
It's for all your old alley cat friends.
The trigger is made of two crossbars. One is attached to the front door.
Oh, that's what I wasn't
The
seeing.
other is on the side of the trap. And it leads all the way back to the trip plate. To set the trigger, lift the side crossbar and rest it against the other one so that they're at about a 90-degree angle.
It's okay. It's that easy. Okay. I mean, that's like ready to trap, like it's sturdy, but it's springable. So when I have them trap training for it, I'm just gonna zip tie these so that it holds it open. And then after a few days of them going in and out of it, knowing what they're doing, then I'll actually set it. And then we'll have our feral cam running again so we can watch for them. The Bear, RNG, and Almost Gunther come by between 7 p.m. and like 4 a.m. So at some point of our stream time will be when
Just like we did,
we scoop up a bub.
we're going to add our trap mat.
My dad gave me a bunch of newspaper. I don't have a trap map, but I have newspaper, potty pads.
And now we're ready to go.
You'd have a big sheet ready for this. It's just funny the way she just tossed it in there.
Before we move
Oh
the
my
trap,
goodness.
make sure that it's locked.
If you do, don't trap yourself because we won't be able to help you.
Go and get
Width-wise, I could fit in there, but length-wise, no. So we don't have to worry about it. It's okay.
lift the trap up.
This trap training is something you need to do all the time or just for the extra skittish buddies. It just makes the process a little bit easier.
Also hook it through the bottom of the trap.
I mean, they're going to be frantic, of course, when they get trapped, regardless of being used to the space or not. Even if they ate out of a trap for like 3 years straight, they're still going to freak the fuck out when it actually closes behind them. But going into a new thing, I think we saw Void do it a couple of times when I was trying to trap her. They'll like hesitantly step in, and it's less dangerous for them most of all, in my opinion. I mean, I'm sure there are professionals that would say, oh, just set up the trap and trap the babies. But in my opinion, it's safer for them to feel more comfortable walking all the way into the trip plate. That way they don't accidentally get like a tail or a back leg stuck, or turn around right away and like smack their leg on it. Because that's how Void was able to get out of mine. She turned around so fast that she could sneak out the door before it would close. Like, it was crazy to see. Trap training isn't necessary by any means at all. It's just my comfort zone of going into this because I want it to be as safe for everyone as possible. I already have the little indoor inside the porch spot over here set up for them to decompress. So we'll trap train for a few days. What day is it? It's Saturday. And then by Wednesday, hopefully, they'll be used to it enough to where, because they're going to want food no matter what. They're hungry. Hopefully by Wednesday I can call and set an appointment. And I want to ask too, like, what if they just don't show up the night before, like 2 nights before? Like, can I reschedule the appointment, or I'm going to lose a deposit, or need to understand all the little inner workings of it? I don't even know what their schedule is. They might not have anything available for another month. There's a lot of street cats. There's a lot. But it's not necessary to trap train by any means. I just feel it's a best method. I mean, if someone's injured and needs to be trapped immediately, there's no time for trap training, but a sick cat is also more willing to come up for food. Case in point, Tank. Case in point, Voya. Alright, I'm going to put this out into the entryway, and then I'll grab a couple more zip ties tomorrow. And then we'll start with it tomorrow. That way I can prop it open. I'll grab my other carabiner for the back. And then I'll probably want to get another couple of carabiners just for the front. So we're not cutting off zip ties. But ideally we would trap within 48 hours, no more than, before a TNR appointment. 24 hours is ideal. 48 hours is like gross and pushing it, because they're going to end up soiling themselves in there. But that's why the divider is a good choice, because then you can just and be able to clean up easier. I do like this one though. It's much more heavy duty. It makes a lot more sense than how the other ones were combined, which, to be fair, you know, Harbor Freight versus a good brand of tool. You get what you get and you don't throw a fit. I mean, I trapped a raccoon, so, like, I did something with them, I guess. I didn't mean to trap the raccoon, but it happened. Alright, who's gonna be first? Bear or RNG or almost Gunther? Do we have to start running a poll on that one? Almost Gunther was by super early last night. He was by around 5. Call him AG. Almost Gunther. Harbor Freight sold you a raccoon trap, clearly. Yeah. Raccoons are just slower and dumber than cats in general. He let himself get trapped. He didn't turn around fast enough. It was just a baby. He was just a little dumb baby. It couldn't be helped. The PlayStation should still be on, yes. Well, that's not aligned properly. Get a little baby taste of some Stoom before we bop in with Gigi. Gigi to Pee-Pee. Tried to give her a true by hand last night, and that was not a good choice. She got very mad. She growled, she hissed, she got pissed. She growled and hissed and got pissed. Then she smacked the churro out of my hand, and I had to use the grandpa grabber to get it back. She smacked it out of my hand. And she was mad, and I didn't want to get smacked again. It is getting close to dumb baby season. It's getting close to shitting season. It's shitting time. Oh god, that's loud. That's loud. Shh. It's one of my motivators for TNRing like ASAP. And I've been feeding them for long enough. It needs to be done. Number 2. And number 3, I don't want to go to the Franch and not have everyone that comes by as taken care of as they can be. Whoa, this is weird. It feels like I'm opening Call of Duty. Voya, where are you on the piano? The piano has been drinking. Notice. Oh, why is this all different? Till the left logo is barely visible. But I have bad eyesight. It needs to still be slightly visible. We're gonna go with that. Oh, this is such a weird page. That's so strange. So strange. Campaign, I would assume. New slot. What's arcade mode? Oh, no, thank you. I'm too young to die. I'm still gonna die. Yeah, da 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 da. I really think they didn't call it Doom 4 on paper because it's just Doom with 4 letters. This tickles me. If I ever make a Tinder profile, that's gonna be my picture. That's how I'll know if they really love me. Ultra Nightmare is locked. I take offense to that level of hand holding. I wonder if you can't open Ultra Nightmare until like you actually complete like one run of the game on another difficulty. I wonder if it's so hard that it would probably deter players. It's so confusing because original Doom is Doom. Doom, 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 doom. I don't take offense to it. I want them to hold my hand. Tell me what to do. Don't fall. Don't fall. No, no, no. Gravity. Why must you gravitate? Gah. Oh. Resurrection of good or evil. Oh, God. They just throw you right into that bitch, don't they? Okay. Would swipe for Doom Girl? I wouldn't. You're a braver man than I. braver man than I. It's dark. Looks like sleepy time. Okay. Time to die within the first 2 seconds of existence. There's no aim. There's only panic. The pew pew literally goes pew 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 pew. Okay. Something's grumbling. What is it telling me to press? R3? Cortana, you look different. It's just like a story time scene.
We have to contain this.
I am new here. Don't put all that on my shoulders. You like games they just throw you into the mix? No, I like a good solid intro. And like some time to adapt to the environment. What are controls? Wow, that's setting off the PlayStation like a jackhammer. Weapon, switch weapon, G, chainsaw, crouch, jump or double jump, look, melee, blur, kill, use, move, photo mode, info, previous equipment, next equipment, switch weapon, nod. I'm gonna have to look back at this a million times, but do we have a dossier yet? No, no dossier, darling. Do I get my suit? Is there anything in anywhere? This feels like I'm playing Doom 3 on the Switch. The motion sensitivity is very high. Classic weapon pose, alright. I feel like a real gamer, I'm adjusting everything to how I want it. Yes, I want aim assist on. With that motion blur? I don't know, let's try medium. Okay. I don't think that changes that setting. And that's okay. Too far, too fast. Where's slow mode? Demonic invasion in progress. Okay. I thought we were gonna get a suit. You're a red door. You're a no-no. I feel like this is for me. Yes. It's how it feels when I get dressed. Exactly. PlayStation hasn't had to play a taxing game in a while. That's true. It hasn't. Shouldn't have any training for this. Just got thrown into it. Oh god, don't tell me that's like the entire game view. Okay. I don't like playing through a helmet. So pro. Unavailable, unavailable, unavailable. Okay. Uh-oh. It looks as good as Eternal.
Welcome. I'm Dr. Samuel.
Detail-wise, so far, yes.
I think we can work together and resolve this problem in a way
Resolve.
that benefits us both.
How far was Eternals released from this one? Were they released for the same console? Otherwise, they're probably comparable quality. Doom 4 was 2016, I think. Yes. I feel like Eternal was like 2020 probably. 2020. So 4 years difference. When did the PS5 come out? Pre or post Panini? I feel like the PS5 got clogged up in the Panini. So they were probably released both for the PS4. Oh, what? I do like the combination of environments, though. I mean, it looks a lot like Eternal, but it also has all of these cute little details from Doom 3. Uh-oh. Something exploded and splooted. I thought I saw someone. Oh no, now I see someone. And the realm of parts of someone. Glory kills. Okay. Bloop bloop. Codex entry acquired. I'm not worried about that at the moment. Bitch smacked him with his own hand. That's cute. Bloop. That felt a bit repetitive, but like, why not in close quarters combat? Just walk into fire for health, Serena. That's some big brain stuff. Lever? Door no open? What are you? Can I pick that up? Do you get smushed in the door? Pry it out of your cold dead hands. Chatty? Doom guy just wants to be Blazkowicz. He was scarier than... He looked scarier than he was. Your health is full. I'm gonna be spinning around in circles a lot while I get used to the different range of motion. Oh, our first cute little arena. Okay, where do I want to go? What do I want to do? Who do I want to be? Oh, not doing that. Thought he was still going without his head. That was uncomfortable. Sploot. Too slow. Okay, this was a nicer start than in Eternal. Eternal, it just threw you into the muck. Not just a few guys to a handful of guys to whatever amount of guys it's going to give us next. Area lockdown. Are you open? Knock, knock. What did it just say in the corner? Destroy the Gorn. Well, where do you want me to go for that? Oh wait, there's an objective thing on this. That's probably where we go. To the whatever you are. There's faces and I don't know what to make of that. There's faces and mouths. Uh-oh. Now it's probably gonna get way worse in here. Now it's starting. Oh, that was just lucky. Damn it. You were just glowing. Where'd you go? Beautiful and gorgeous and glowing. It's kitten season for demons too, perhaps. Oh, I thought I hit him! Okay. Got more shmammo. I think those were shotgun shells, which means we can switch over. Whoop! Because you're gonna need them if you miss that many times. Who booped me in the head? You're throwing fireballs. They're more like sci-fi looking in this than in the next and the prior. Not as like demon-y looking. It's more like an alien creature. Which, Martians, I get it, but... No, that's my job to jump and boop. Hey, 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 sir. Oh, I guess I can't get up there that way anyway. He was doing me a favor. He was setting healthy boundaries. Low ammo. Coming up. Scoop, scoop. Here's their health. Glory kill, please. Oh, I'm just regular health. There's health looting somewhere. Woo! Roger Dodger. I like this so far. It feels relaxed compared to my memory of Eternal, which feels frantic. I should have gone in chronological order, but I thought this and that were the same. There's one more. Where are you? Or did he just disappear? Come and get me if you're there. The pistol has unlimited ammo. Oh, that's nice. That is a phenomenal feature. Does that carry over to Eternal? Do you even get the pistol in Eternal? I do not recall. They're a little bit more cartoony. Like, the one dude looks like Groot. But I feel like they return more to, like, their demonic form versus being, like, yassified in here. Well, we'll figure it out.
I'm willing to take full responsibility for the horror.
Yas, demon, slay! Slay, king, slay!
Our interest in them
Yas!
for the betterment of mankind. Everything has clearly gotten out of hand now, yes. But it was worth the risk. I assure you.
That's my Doom Guy cosplay. We won. That's it. Game's over. Credits are rolling. We won. GG's, Cloak Cult. Can we breathe out here? I guess. Whoa. That's a quick venture into the outdoors there, friend. Where you want me to jump to here? I don't know why I thought that would do something. But I did. Oh, I'm getting sand in my eyes. Ah. Okay. I looked up my damn dossier. Oh, what are you? Codex entry. It's an arena. It's an alien planet. Is there air? You don't know. I mean, I'm assuming we're still on Mars. We're either in Mars or Hell. Both are probably similar. Oh, and I thought I was sneaky. He's drunk. He had a long night before this fight. Oh, you're a big guy. Big guy. Big scary guy. You're another big guy. That's not gonna do shit. I'm enjoying panic shooting. This unlimited ammo is a beautiful thing to learn of. Oh, don't get me from both sides here, guys. Guys, Make it a fair fight. Low health. Suck my butt. Yeah! Not in a good place. Mentally, physically, in every aspect in this moment. Don't hurt me. It moves so fast. Not necessarily them, but the controller motion. Probably be more controlled to it on PC versus console. It's a lot easier to articulate a mouse to a certain speed than it is the triggers to a certain speed. Where the fuck am I? Bloop, bloop, bloop. Nope. Bitch, you thought you were wrong. There's the Trouble Twins. We climb so awkward. How's it not hitting you? I quit. How do I get up there too? Oh, you just jump down. That's the solution. Fuck that. One more. Who else is still throwing fireballs? Exploded. Still music playing though. There's still someone. Unless this is just meant to be captivating, which is possible. No, yeah. Oops. I think I picked up most of the health and whatnot too. Strong start. Woo. Stuff and things. Stuff and things. I think I looted all the stuff and things. Didn't I use this to get over there before? Yes. I did not spy with my little eye any more healthies. Oops a days. Mistakes were made. It's just a barrel. Well, I mean, like, we survived. That's cool. It's just a way. Find the access key. What if I don't wanna? You can change the look sensitivity, but the movement speed can't be changed. I thought I didn't see the look sensitivity setting. There's the motion blur. Did I miss it in game? They might not have it for console. Or maybe it's under controller. I doubt it. Ah! Put them both to 25? I don't know. Put it down to 0, slow motion. I don't know what the thought process behind one being different than the other is. Ah, that's better. That feels good and nice and old. Right. If I were a key, where would I be? Like 2 seconds into this game and we're already in a puzzle situation. I'm not here for this. If I were a key, where would I be? Da 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 dee da dee. I feel like I've already covered every inch of ground within here. Are these punchable? I mean, anything is punchable. But that did nothing. Doop. Doop doop. Ba-doop. Scoop doop. It's probably somewhere stupid like on top of one of those. How do I get up there? If I were a key, where would I be? If I were a flower growing wild and free, all I'd want is you to be my sweet honeybee. Do 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 do. Would it be inside of a barrel? Do I need to shoot the barrels? Barrels are impenetrable. Bye bye, barrel. Oh, it's hitting the guardrail. It won't. Don't ever give me infinite ammo. I will abuse the privilege. Oh, you know what? I bet it's in like this cave situation over here. That makes a lot more sense. That was crouch. I don't know what's up with you. It's back to standing. I did not look under controller before. I looked at game, I looked at video, and I saw on neither. Okay, now if I were a key, where would I be? Does the dude have the key? The dude has the key. Which way did I come through? Here? Or was I just there? There's the blue door. Access granted. Better be. Yay! We got nades now? Alright, full nades round. What's making sounds? That was scary. What would be the grenade button? No. Use, it would be L1, I think. Use equipment. I do not know why this is getting modded. This is very irritating because it's flagging what it should be unfiltered for. Grenades already. It's game over, man. Game over. If only. I don't think we have like 50 of them at our disposal to use. We did before. I was right with the world. It's just agitating. I don't understand why it's doing something that I'm telling it to not have authority over. It is irritating. On behalf of AI mod, I apologize. It's like they're not even aware that their friends are exploding. Although, I'm not getting any health from this. I just realized. Nah. Aiming would help. Sounds like they're behind me. To resurvey the environment. What is happening here? They're over there. But wait, there's more. Oh, we do have a little. Little scopey situation. That's cool. I like that. Sniper Elite. When game worlds collide. Is there anything over here that was pertinent? No. There's a cave. The Cave of Wonder. Where are you taking me to? A room full of trouble. And they're awake. They activated like the Silent Hill nurses. That was cool. Knee shot. This is a much better segue to Eternal from Doom 3. I feel foolish now. I put the cart way ahead of the horse on the other. I feel like this will help immensely when I'm ready to go back into Eternal, which would more than likely be after this. Excuse me. It's a good introductory situation. Praetor suit tab. Okay. As someone who is hazardous, that's probably a good choice. Just not the box for you. Weird. Oh, I went on a side path. There's probably only in and out from here. In and out and then forward. Oh. I think that took us further down the way? Is he eating dirt? Like crying out for his mommy. This guy. Looks like he's eating dirt. Looks more like the Doom Eternal approach where you have infinite grenade, but it's on a cooldown. Oh, you're probably right. I just kind of assumed that there's just one and there would be a little number up to it, but that's probably correct. Yeah, is it dirt, mommy? It's probably sand. So what would be grenade? This is probably a good spot to test it. Ah, it would be L1. Okay. Grenades are good. Grenades are good. Didn't even die, you just like get disintegrated. Aren't you fun at parties? Oh. That was accidentally nifty. Oh no, come here, you zoomy little shit. Ah. Oh. Where am I? What am I doing? Is that where we just were? Yeah, that's how I got up to the cave. Okay, so this is the way I would have gone if I didn't go to the cave. I have zero sense of direction, like at all. Ever. Anywhere for anything. Oh, is that a bad guy? The drone? Uh-oh. Praise grenades. They are good. They are good. Trying to learn what you can say about grenades without being bonked. Maybe it's the context and it just kick by default deletes things? I don't understand. I mean, maybe you're just talking about pomegranates. Grenade. Praise the French. You are praising the French when talking about grenades. Grenade. Grenade. Give me the armor. L'amour. Makes armor sound amorous. Don't think I'm gonna go in the giant smushy stampy machine. I'm drilling for Earl out here. Boop. You know the game is good when you physically look in another direction instead of just minding the screen. When you start driving with the controller. Die! Stop! You took my health. Give it back. Took it without my consent. It is shotgun friend. Shotgun is friend. Where the fuck are you? No bouncy? No bouncy. Stuff and things. Stuff and things. That's a wall. Yeah, when I can climb up. Is that everybody? Come on, vamonos. Everybody, let's go. We got a U-boat. Kind of. Is that where I need to go? Seems like it. Uh-oh. Oh, that's just back to the beginning. We died. Is there auto saves in this, or was I supposed to be saving? I didn't pay attention. Oopsies. Whoopsies. Pamplemousse. I love the word grapefruit as well. Pamplemousse. Or chicken is fun. Poule. My favorite is like the French equivalent of like a babe or baby. They say my little cabbage. It's a term of endearment. Mon petit chou. Yeah! Risked it all. We survived. And now I hide in the corner. No, it only auto saves. That's ass. I did find the edge. That was way too easy to find. I do not approve of that. Who's throwing things, or is that just the pump? Oh no, stop yawning. It's a waste of time and resources. Loot, 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 loot. Loot, 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 loot. Don't fall over again. Don't do it. Don't do it. Are you a bad guy or a good guy? Okay. You're a thing. Ooh, which one do we want? Charge burst? Christ almighty. Instant load or explosive shot. Rapid fire or instant load? I think rapid fire would be better. I don't have good aim. Thanks, dude. I don't know what the save point thing is that'll come on screen, but whenever we see one of those, we'll bop down with Miss Gigi. Miss Gigi. Oh, there's some angry boys out here. Oh jeez. Oh jeez, Rick. Oh jeez. Bloop. I shot him and he went, ah! He held his back. Or at least it looked like it, whether he actually did or not. It was like, oh. Oh man, woke up stiff on the wrong side of the bed today, and this bitch is knocking my back out of whack. Oh my goodness. Punched him and stole his lunchbox. Just a bully. Just a bully, I guess. I mean, relatable to the back grab, but like, that was cute. That was funny. He was like, he's having fun with us. You just spawn out of the ground? Low ammo. Well, that's not good. Oh, that was foolish. It was quite foolish. Panic shoot! It's time to panic shoot! Ah, there's hell over there! Ah! Ah! Leave me be! Little buddy! Did you disintegrate? That was a little awkward. Is that everybody? Isn't there another corner around that had schmammo and goodies? Serena booty confirmed. Upper left is where the save icon is. Checkpoint reached. Oh, we just reached it! That was perfect sharing and perfect timing. As I go forward and do more silly things. Just for shits. Because why not? Oh, well it's gonna be way more than what I planned for it to be, that guys. I was just trying to have a little fun. Alright, as soon as everyone stops trying to kill me, I think this is just like a little mini arena. They're guarding the loot. We'll pause for the night and get down with Gigi for story timey. Where are you going? Oh, that was a curveball. I don't think that got him. Hello? Oh, I don't like how he gets all up under you, like the... Oh, what are they called from 3? They move kind of spider-like. But not the spiders. The one that kept crawling up my ass when we were at the final boss. Okay. I feel accomplished and satisfied and satiated and have genuinely enjoyed myself tonight. This was a good jump into. And you guys can just wait for me tomorrow. Chivalry is not dead. You guys will be tomorrow, but chivalry is not. Pretty frequent it seems, so it's nice. Fuck yeah, because I'm gonna die a lot. We need We need frequent saves. Snap map. Put you on Snapchat. Oh, I don't know what that's gonna do. This is my boomstick. Okay. Cute. Okay. I can just do that. Oh, PlayStation, cool down, calm down. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay. The Caco Demon. The Tomato Heads. There's the Tomato Heads, the Spider Monkeys. I don't know if there's any other ones I've given fun names to. The Rocket Man. The Rocket Man. I only know it's called the Caco Demon from getting stuck on the loading screen from dying so many times in Eternal, and it gives you a little, excuse me, profile for the different demons. Oh, excuse me. Jesus Christ, I'm yawning tonight. Trap training, PB Sesh, Pibby Spa Day, Doom 4, and Load Slow Storytime Hour. Let's go. Let's go. It's official. We did good today. Did everything on the list. And Pibby looks so cute with her little haircut. She's so adorable. Oh god, I have to use the tripod again. I don't have enough patience for this. I'm only human. There are limits to what one can tolerate in life. There just is. There's no way to justify or quantify it. Tank test. Or not. Tank. I could plop you guys on the floor. But that's not nice. No, I am the leader of the cult. I'm supposed to prop you all up with me, not leave you down, you know? It's not good practice. The Rocket Man is also called a Revenant. That sounds revenantly right. Tankers. There's enough battery in this. I can't get over the ChatGPT image. That's so beautiful. I have so many words, yet no words. It's an existence. Oh, I can't use the Go Light though, because the battery died in my battery. The battery died in my battery. We are fresh on the brain cells this evening. The battery died in my battery. I guess then it doesn't. Oh wait, the other one has bad feet though. Oh. That's my. I hate tripod sound. Calm down, chair. Serena Doomgirl emote. I will find a way. It'd probably be a good one to commission, like someone that makes actual art, to make art of it. I don't think that's one I want to leave up to AI. Not just because it turned me into an egghead, but it's a very particular and specific thing. Kind of like how the ones of the zoo aren't just cats and dogs, they are the zoo. Alright, you're gonna behave yourself. You're gonna be a good tripod. You're gonna behave yourself. You can do it. You're a big, strong, and brave and tough tripod. And I believe in you. I believe in you. You can do it. You can do it. I'll lose audio for a second while I flip us over. Did I change my category on Twitch? I don't think so, but I might have, but I probably didn't. Nope. Just catting. Just kitting around. Get fork nut. Okay. Now everything I just said before that. There we go. Woot! Oh, Zeke's so cute and cozy and comfy. I finally made my bed after like a week. Are you proud of me? Very proud of me. It's the Rockin' Man. Now it's gonna be stuck in my head all night. The Rockin' Man. Yeah, dun 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 dun. That cord. I'm gonna grab another hoodie because it's gonna be a little chilly. Just getting up is a little chilly. Oh, I kind of left the whole. I forgot the box was still out. Oh, that was loud. Sorry, everyone. Sorry. I scared Hoya. His tail is big. I'm sorry, honey. I'm sorry. Mom sucks. I'm sorry. I will soothe you in a moment. Let me get rid of the things. Oopsies. Oh, motherfucker! That hurt. And that made a mess, but it also hurt. One is not meant to be coordinated at 2:30 in the morning. Where did I set in Fury? I made a mess. Spilled water. So much. Owie. I hit my ankle bone just right. Like, not hard, but just right to, like, do a funny bone situation. Alright, I refilled their bowls. They kicked it everywhere. Good job, Serena. GG's. Or worried about me getting stuck in a trap. I'm worried about me just putting left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot. Okay. We survived. Serena is the Doom emote. I used to be a streamer until I took a funny bone to the ankle situation, you see? It's only a little red. There's not even a mark. Like, I barely hit it. It just did not feel good. Ow. I might just be being a big baby, though. The later in the night it gets, the more big baby I am with any little situation. I hate the feeling of a hood tucked under another hood. It does not feel good. It does not feel good to have the hood tucked under another hood. I don't know if that'll stay in my pocket or not. We'll find out. We'll find out. Fuck around and find out. It's a good way of putting it, getting fussy when tired. Like, the more tired you are, the less cognitive ability you have. The less cognitive ability you have, the less control on emotion that you have. So you can't rationalize your feelings as immediately as you would otherwise. Look at my puppy dog. There's my puppy dog. She looks so baby with a haircut. Again, it's just phase 1 of haircut. It's not fully done yet. You're gonna have to wear a sweater outside tonight. You having trouble getting up? You sore? Aw. I'm sorry, sissy. That's why we split it out into 3 days. She's such a baby. I love you. Hear that, baby? You're so sleek and fancy. Slavka, are you getting fussy? I do like her with a haircut, even though she needed it. She looks younger with a haircut. It's nice and reminiscent. And you pretty lady. She's sore. She tenses up while she's getting groomed though, because she doesn't like it. I feel like that's pretty intense on her muscles. She doesn't just stand relaxed. Check out her OnlyFuzz. There's fuzz on the OnlyFuzz. Little roly-poly-oly. You got your strawberry? Void's sharing her toys with you. You're very lucky. Void and Slavka, or Slavka has stopped smacking Void. They get along better now. I knew it would just take a few days of like Slavka laying it on her. And then, no, don't get jealous. Slavka gets jealous. She's the only cat I've ever had that gets like truly jealous. She'll lash out. She had a few days of Slavka giving her the what's what. And now they're pretty okay. She might be about to smack her because it's just Slavka's feelings right now. Nope, we're good. But they're getting along really good now. Slavka is no longer terrorizing baby girl Void. Void met Ringo earlier. They did a nose touch and then she ran back into the bedroom like, I didn't know I was supposed to do that or not. I'm such a good girl. Slavka got extremely spoiled because she almost died like twice. She had that horrible vaccine reaction because no one believed me when I said I think she's pregnant. So she got vaccinated and then she ended up like shaking and being so cold, and an entire emergency situation ended up to be after her first round of shots because didn't know for sure if she was pregnant. I just suspected she was pregnant, but everyone was like, no, she's not. Girl had nips. Her ego was prego. And then of course her pregnancy made her sick. And that was terrifying. I love Slavka, but we trauma bonded. She very much got like the hardcore princess treatment. So I felt so bad for her. And it was also, I don't know, I don't feel like it should be, but I think just because we're so used to it being so odd societally, that my feelings personally, regardless. It was dumb. You ran into the door. Regardless of what my personal feelings are, I felt bad for her that she had to go through everything that she did. And I know animals don't make that connection in that way. Like, she's not thinking to herself, like, oh, 4 more weeks and I'm gonna have babies or whatever it is. But I feel bad that she went through all that she went through. I feel bad that she got knocked up. Like, she had to get all the love. But yeah, I turned her into a spoiled bitch. I have to do a tail measuring contest with Slavka and Daisy. So who's the longest and the floofiest? Yo, my dad would be so down for that. Honestly, I think they're probably about the same size right now. Slavka, stand up. Come here. Hold your tail up. Yeah. Her and Daisy's tail, I think, are about the same size right now. That feels like the same amount of pet floof. She doesn't really like her tail petted. Hi, baby. Okay, let's go see Cheese. Daisy still has a lot of growing to do. She's only September, October, November, December, January, February. She's only 6 months old. And she's teething now. I can't believe it. I can't believe I have one of her baby teeth. I feel so special and honored. I love you, little Floomp. Love you. You're very cute. Pippi, you're a little puppy. Little puppy Pippi. And there's Peebs. Oh, she's checking out the other chair. She hasn't laid on that chair yet. It's very cute. She's here for it. I gotta steal a can from Gunther. Things are gonna come late. So I have to switch Gigi's food today because I don't have more of the ocean fish. Gigi still has a lot of growing to do. She'll grow in spurts at this point. And grab a Gunther can. Gunther is sharing with the ladies because he is a gentleman. Hi, boy. She's so brave. She's over here. She leaves the room. Pretty proud of her. Oh, that's okay. I'm sorry I dropped that. I'm fine. Oh, can't. I feel bad, like you shouldn't switch their diet so rapidly like that, but I kind of don't have a choice because I ran out of cans. I gotta go Tinky, then we'll bop down with the girly and story time. She's so cute. She's just a little puppy. Dragging her ass on the ground. Thanks, girlfriend. Please. We have to mop for Ringo. Void is adapting to House Cat very well. She's not bothered by Pippi at all. Diesel's ran in and spooked her a couple times, but she just moves further back on the bed. Like, she doesn't totally hide. But I think she's also smart enough to, like, even though Diesel wouldn't react, like, not make any sudden crazy running moves. Heard Ringo touch noses earlier. She's really, like, adapting quite well. I don't know what it is that's helping her gain her confidence, but she also seems, I'm gonna be cocky for a minute. She seems to seek me out. She's not in the corner anymore. In terms of exploring the house, so she gets as far as the kitchen, and then there's a dog somewhere she doesn't expect. She just kind of finds me and like stands there and is like, I don't know what to do. I'm confused. Like, has a startled stance, but she doesn't run. But I do kind of feel like she's a bit bonded with me, which would be painful to adopt her out at this point. But if there is someone that gets in contact with me that would give her a better life than I can, I'm open to that till she's been here for a year. She is Luke to me. She's a sweet girl. I love her. I like having her here. She is a joy to my life. She's a gentle love. She does trust me, though. I'm grateful for that. We've never really had any negative interactions. Hi, baby girl. Hi, Gigi. Hi, Gigi. She really is helping maintain that girl power ratio. I mean, this is what I get for having boy cats all of my life is now we just have girls, apparently. 3 daughters, a PB, a Void, Slavka. Even my dad is entering the girl era again. He hasn't had a girl cat since the last girl cat he adopted was Princess, and that was when my mom was alive. So it was like the late 80s. And Princess was middle-aged when he adopted her, so we didn't have Princess anymore when I was born. I never knew her. And then we adopted my cat Bunny when I was like 14 or 15, something like that. No, maybe like 13 or 14. So I guess legally he adopted her, but I picked her out. That was my cat. My baby girl. My baby girl. Otherwise, we really haven't had girl cats most of my life. But boys are generally more sociable. That's not the standard rule, but it's how it generally goes. And it's nice to have friendly cats. I would say, in terms of people coming over, Void and Charlie are they're very sociable. They'll both come up and say hi to my dad. Marbles, sometimes if he's here long enough. Otherwise, she's a little skittish. She's liked being on stream, though, although she hasn't been lately. That's been cool, like the last year, though, that she's been coming out more. And we'll see. Void is shy, but she likes attention. I think her want for attention will override her shyness at some point. Daisy is flaunting being the exception to that rule. Just Daisy. My dad is so in love with Daisy. I could not have, despite the Sylvester drama, I could not have asked for someone who would love her more. I don't think anyone out there except for me could love her more. Oh my god, and she loves my dad playing guitar. She gets really excited by like the loud vibrations to everything, but she stops him when she wants attention. She'll go on the desk and go in front of all of his recording equipment on the computer, like the recording program, so that he can't see what he's doing or what the output is, and she demands affection and attention, so he has to pause and love on her. Tink and Slavka are going at it. It's quite cute. But she'll sit on his lap while he's playing, too. I guess she likes the vibration of it. Hi, sweet girl. Hi. Hi. Good little mama. Had to use this to get the churro out of there last night. Which is probably scary, but I don't want to get any more ripped up than I need to be. We have to be able to manage it regardless. Hi, pretty girl. We're trying a new churro method now, where I offer it, but then put it on the plate, but offer it from far away. So she sees my hand holding something before I'm just like in her face with it. Oopsies. But she hooked the churro out of my grasp last night and pulled it into her little crate safe space. Like, I can't grab that without getting murked. And she was growling. She was mad. She was very mad. She was very mad. Alright, we got this. We're gonna put it on the plate in here. Look, it's this. It's churro. It's yummy. It's this. It goes on a plate. And then you get the plate.
Because you're a good girl. We show you what it is. It's true. Then it goes on the plate. And then you get the plate. And I'm about to choke on my life. Yeah, you. Oh my god. I'm gonna die. My eyes water. Blurg. It's not gonna fit there. Oh, I need to get a piece of tissue. My eye is watering like crazy. It was gnarly. I felt like it was being choked by a piece of dust. It still baffles me that dry cough feeling is mucus production. Why is it dry if it's wet? It bothers me deeply. Welcome, Space. Welcome to Low and Slow Storytime Hour. Tickle coughs are so annoying. My hair and skin love it being dry, but the rest of me does not. Oh, I'm crying because you guys are so beautiful. You're beautiful, it's true. That's not very low and slow. Ugh. That is quite the feeling. Okay. Blurp. I don't even know where we that. I don't. No, it's not low and slow. You're beautiful, it's true. But not low and slow, and that's true. I'm not beautiful, you're beautiful. My voice is louder than your voice. My voice is louder than your voice. As it gets quieter and quieter, quieter, quieter. Oh my goodness, where are we? We're so close to the end, which is just like, wow. 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 Chapter 20. 5 figures wandered slowly over the blighted land. Bits of it were dullish gray, bits of it were dullish brown, the rest of it rather less interesting to look at. It was like a dried out marsh, now barren of all vegetation and covered with a layer of dust about an inch thick. It was very cold. Saft was clearly rather depressed about it. He stalked off by himself and was soon lost to sight behind a slight rise in the ground. The wind stung Arthur's eyes and ears, and the stale, crisp air clasped his throat. However, the thing that stung the most was his mind. "It's fantastic," he said. His own voice rattled his ears. Sound carried badly in this thin atmosphere. "Desolate hole, if you ask me," said Ford. "I could have more fun in cat litter." He felt a mounting irritation. Of all the planets in the star systems of all the galaxy, many wild and exotic, seething with life, didn't he just have to turn up at a dump like this after another 15 years of being a castaway? Not even a hot dog stand in evidence. He stooped down and picked up a cold clod of earth. There was nothing underneath it worth crossing thousands of light years to look at. "No," insisted Arthur. "Don't you understand? This is the first time I've actually stood on the surface of another planet. A whole alien world. Pity it's such a dump, though." Trillian hugged herself, shivered, and frowned. She could have sworn she saw a slight and unexpected movement out of the corner of her eye, but when she glanced in that direction, all she could see was the ship, still and silent, 100 yards or so behind them. She was relieved when a second or so later they caught sight of Zaphod standing on top of the ridge of the ground and waving to them to come and join him. He seemed to be very excited, but they couldn't clearly hear what he was saying because of the thinnish atmosphere and the wind. As they approached the ridge of the higher ground, they became aware that it seemed to be circular, a crater of about 150 yards wide. Around the outside of the crater, sloping to the ground, was spattered with black and red lumps. They stopped and looked at the piece. It was wet. It was rubbery. It's all fake. It's a Hollywood theater. With horror, they suddenly realized that it was fresh whale meat. I forgot about the whale. You. At the top of the crater's lip, they met Safin. Look, he said, pointing into the crater. In the center lay the exploded carcass of a lonely sperm whale that hadn't lived long enough to be disappointed with its lot. The silence only disturbed by the slight involuntary spasms of Trillian's throat. I suppose there's no point in trying to bury it, murmured Arthur, and then he wished he hadn't. Come, said Zaphod, and started back down into the crater. What, down there? Said Trillian with severe distaste. Yeah, said Zaphod. Come on, I've got something to show you. We can see it, said Trillian, with severe distaste. Not that, said Zaphod. Something else. Come on. They all hesitated. Come on, insisted Zaphod. I found a way in. In, said Arthur in horror. Into the interior of the planet, an underground passage. The force of the whale's impact cracked it open, and that's where we have to go, where no man has trod these 5 million years into the very depths of time itself. Marvin started his ironical humming again. Zaphod hit him, and he shut up. With little shudders of disgust, they all followed Zaphod down the incline into the crater, trying very hard to avoid looking at its unfortunate creator. Life, said Marvin dolefully. Loathe it or ignore it. You can't like it. The ground had caved in where the whale had hit, revealing a network of galleries and passages, now largely obstructed by collapsed rubble and entrails. Zaphod made a start clearing a way into one of them, but Marvin was able to do it faster. Dank air wafted into the dark recesses as Zaphod shone a flashlight into it. A little was visible in the dusty gloom. According to the legends, he said, Magrathians lived most of their lives underground. Why is that? Said Arthur. Did the surface become too polluted or overpopulated? No, I don't think so, said Zaphod. I think they just didn't like it very much. Are you sure you know what you're doing? Said Trillian, peering nervously into the darkness. We've been attacked once already, you know. Look, kid, I promise you to live the population of this planet nil plus the 4 of us. So come on, let's get on in there. Hey, Earthman. Arthur, said Arthur. Yeah, could you just sort of keep this robot with you and guard the end of the passageway? Okay? Guard, said Arthur. From what? You just said there's no one here. Yeah, well, just for safety, okay? Said Zaphod. Whose? Yours or mine? Good lad. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Oh, 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 oh. Zaphod scrambled down into the passage, followed by Trillian and Ford. Well, I hope you all have a really miserable time, complained Arthur. Don't worry, Marvin assured him. They will. In a few seconds, they had disappeared from view. Arthur stamped around in a huff, and then decided a whale's graveyard is not on the whole a good place to stamp around in. Marvin eyed him balefully for a moment, and then turned himself off. Zaphod marched quickly down the passageway, nervous as hell, but trying to hide it by striding purposefully. He flung the beam around. The walls were covered in dark tiles and cold to the touch. The air was thick with decay. There, what did I tell you, he said. An inhabited planet. Magrathia. He stood on the dirt and debris that littered the tile floors. Trillian was reminded unavoidably of the London Underground, although it was less thoroughly squalid. At intervals of the walls, the tiles gave way to large mosaics, simple angular patterns in bright colors. Trillian stopped and studied one of them, but could not interpret any sense in them. She called Zaphod. Hey, have you any idea what these strange symbols are? I think they're just strange symbols of some kind, said Zaphod, hardly glancing back. Trillian shrugged and hurried after him. From time to time, a doorway led either to the left or to the right into smallish chambers, which Ford discovered to be full of derelict computer equipment. He dragged Zaphod into one to have a look. Trillian followed. Look, said Ford. You reckon this is Magrathia? Yeah, said Zaphod. And we heard the voice, right? Okay, so I've bought the fact that it's Magrathia, for the moment. what you have so far is nothing about how in this galaxy that you found it. You didn't look up the Star Atlas, that's for sure. Research, government archives, detective work, few lucky guesses. Easy. And then you stole the heart of gold to come and look for it with? I stole it to look for a lot of things. A lot of things, said Ford in surprise. Like what? I don't know. What? I don't know what I'm looking for. Why not? Because I think it might be because if I wouldn't be able to look for them. What, are you crazy? It's a possibility I haven't ruled out yet, said Zaphod quietly. I know as much about myself and my mind can work out under its current conditions, and its current conditions are not good. For a long time nobody said anything as Ford gazed at Zaphod with a mind suddenly full of worry. Listen, old friend, if you want to, started Ford eventually. No, wait, I'll tell you something, said Zaphod. I freewheel a lot. I get an idea to do something and say, hey, why not? I do it. I reckon I'll become president of the galaxy, and it just happens. It's easy. I decide to steal the ship. I decide to look for Magrathia, and it all just happens. Yeah, I work out how it can be best to done right, but it always works out. It's like having a galactic credit card which keeps working, though you never send off the checks. It's an Amex Black card. And then, whenever I stop and think, why did I want to do something? How did it work out? Then how did I want to do it? I get a very strong desire to just stop thinking about it, like I have now. It's a big effort to talk about. Zaphod paused for a moment. For a while there was silence. Then he frowned and said, Last night I was worrying about this again, about the fact that the part of my mind just doesn't seem to work properly. And then it occurred to me that the way it seemed was that something else was using my mind to have good ideas with, without telling me about it. I put the two ideas together and decided that maybe somebody had locked off part of my mind for that purpose, which was why I couldn't use it. I wondered if there was a way I could check. I went to the ship's medical bay and plugged myself into the encephalographic screen. I went through every major screening test on both my heads, all the tests I had to go through under government medical offices before my nomination for presidency could be properly ratified. Should be implemented. They showed up nothing. Nothing unexpected, at least. They showed that I was clever, imaginative, irresponsible, untrustworthy, extrovert, nothing you couldn't have guessed, and no other abnormalities. So I started inventing further tests, completely at random. Nothing. Then I tried superimposing the results from one head on top of the results from the other head. Still nothing. Finally, I got silly, because I'd given it all up as nothing more than an attack of paranoia. Last thing I did before I packed it in was take the superimposed picture and look at it through a green filter. You remember I was always superstitious about the color green when I was a kid? I always wanted to be a pilot in one of the trading scouts. Ford nodded. And there it was, said Zaphod, clear as day. A whole section in the middle of both brains that related only to each other and not to anything else around them. Some bastards had cauterized the synapses and electronically traumatized those two lumps of cerebellum. Ford stared at him, aghast. Trilly had turned white. Someone did that to you? Whispered Ford. Yeah. But do you have any idea who or why? Why? I can only guess. But I do know who the bastard was. You know? How do you know? Because they left their initials burned into the cauterized synapses. They left them there for me to see. Ford stared at him in horror and felt his skin begin to crawl. Initials burned into your brain? Yeah. Well, what were they, for God's sake? Zaphod looked at him in silence again. Then he looked quietly away. ZB, he said quietly. At that moment, a steel shutter slammed down behind them and gas started to pour into the chamber. I'll tell you about it later, choked Zaphod, as all three passed out. He did it to himself. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. On the surface of Magrathia, Arthur wandered about moodily. Ford had thoughtfully left his copy of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy to while away the time with. He pushed a few buttons at random. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is a very unevenly edited book and contains many passages that seem to its editors like a good idea at the time. One of these, the one Arthur now came across, supposedly relates the experiences of one Veit Fujagig, a quiet young student at the University of Maximegalon, who pursued a brilliant academic career studying ancient philosophy, transformational ethics, and the wave of harmonic theory of historical perception, and then after a night of drinking pan-galactic gargle blasters with Zaffy Beeblebrox, became an increasingly obsessed with the problem of what happened to all the ballpoints he'd bought over the last few years. There followed a long period of painstaking research, in which he visited all the major centers of ballpoint lost through the galaxy, and eventually came up with a quaint little theory that quite caught the public imagination at the time. Somewhere in the cosmos, he said, along with the planets inhabited by humanoids, reptiloids, fishoids, walking treeoids, and super intelligent shades of the color blue, there is also a planet entirely given over to ballpoint life forms. And it was this planet that unattended ballpoints would make their way, slipping away quietly through wormholes into space, into a world where they knew they would enjoy a uniquely ball-pointed lifestyle, responding highly to ball-pointed oriented stimuli, and generally leading the ballpoint equivalent of a good life. As theories go, this was all fine and very pleasant until Veit Vojagig suddenly claimed to have found this planet, and to have worked there while driving a limousine for a family of cheap green rectables, whereupon he was taken away, locked up, wrote a book, and was finally sent into tax exile, which is usually fate for those who are determined to make fools of themselves in public. When one day an expedition was sent to the spatial coordinates that Vojagig had claimed for this planet, they discovered only a small asteroid inhabited by a solitary old man. He claimed repeatedly that nothing was true, although he was later discovered to be lying. There did, however, remain the question of both mysterious 60,000 Altarian dollars paid yearly into his Bransvogan bank account, and of course Zaphod Beeblebrox's highly profitable second-hand ballpoint business. Arthur read this and then put the book down. Excuse me. The robot sat still up there, completely inert. Arthur got up and walked to the top of the crater. He walked around the crater. He watched two suns set magnificently over Magrathia. He went back down into the crater. He woke the robot up because even a manically depressed robot is better to talk night to than nothing. Night's falling, he said. Look, robot, the stars are coming out. From the heart of a dark nebula, it is possible to see very few stars, and only very faintly, but they were there to be seen. The robot obediently looked at them, and then looked back. I know, he said. Wretched, isn't it? But that sunset, I've never seen anything like it in the wildest dreams. The two suns. It was like mountains of fire boiling into space. I've seen it, said Marvin. It's rubbish. You've only ever had one sun at home, persevered Arthur. I come from a planet called Earth, you know. I know, said Marvin. You keep going on about it. It sounds awful. Ah, no, it was a beautiful place. Did it have oceans? Oh, yes, said Arthur with a sigh. Great, wide, rolling blue oceans. Can't bear oceans, said Marvin. Tell me, inquired Arthur, do you get on well with other robots? Hate them, said Marvin. Where are you going? Arthur couldn't bear it anymore. He had gotten up again. Think I'll just take another walk, he said. Don't blame you, said Marvin, and counted 597 billion sheep before falling asleep again a second later. Arthur slapped his hands about him to get his circulation and a little more enthusiastic about his job. He trudged back up the wall of the crater. Because the atmosphere was so thin and because there was no moon, nightfall was very rapid, and it was now very dark. Because of this, Arthur practically walked into the old man before he noticed him. It's out there finding old men. I feel like you should give a listen to the old radio show. Just picture where the commercial breaks were. Let me know when to fill them in. What are we advertising for? Sock and Bop and robots? An erector set? A lava lamp? He was standing with his back to Arthur and watching the last glimmers of light sink into blackness beyond the horizon. He was tall, elderly, and dressed in a single long gray robe. When he turned, his face was thin and distinguished, careworn but not unkind, the sort of face he would happily bank with. But he didn't turn yet, not even to react to Arthur's yelp of surprise. Eventually, the last rays of the sun vanished completely, and he turned. His face was still illuminated from somewhere, but when Arthur looked for the source of light, he saw that a few yards away stood a small craft of some kind. A small hovercraft, Arthur guessed. It shed a dim pool of light around it. The man looked at Arthur, sadly it seemed. "We chose a cold night to visit our dead planet," he said. Who are you?" stammered Arthur. The man looked away. Again, a look of sadness seemed to cross his face. "My name is not important," he said. He seemed to have something on his mind. Conversation was clearly something he felt he didn't have to rush at. Arthur felt awkward. You startled me," he said lamely. The man looked around to him again and slightly raised his eyebrows. He said. "I said you startled me." "Do not be alarmed. I will not harm you." Arthur frowned at him. "But you shot at us. There were missiles," he said. The man gazed into the pit of the crater. The glow from Marvin's eyes cast a red faint shadow on the huge carcass of the whale. The man chuckled slightly. "An automatic system," he said, and gave a small sigh. "Ancient computers ranged in the bowels of the planet tick away the dark millennia, and the ages hang on by their heavy, dusty data banks. I think they take the occasional pot shot to relieve the monotony." He looked gravely at Arthur and said, "I'm a great fan of science, you know." "Oh, really?" said Arthur, who was beginning to find the man curious, kindly manner disconcerting. "Oh, yes," said the old man, and simply stopped talking again. "Ah," said Arthur. He had an odd feeling of being a man in the world to the act of adultery, who is surprised when a woman's husband wanders into the room, changes his trousers, passes a few idle remarks about the weather, and then leaves again. "You seem ill at ease," said the man with polite concern. No. Well, yes. Actually, you see, we weren't really expecting to find anybody about at all, in fact. I sort of gathered you were all dead or something." "Dead?" said the old man. "Goodness gracious me, no. We have but slept." "Slept?" said Arthur incredulously. "Yes, through the economic recession, you see," said the old man, apparently unconcerned about whether Arthur understood a word he was talking about or not. Arthur had to prompt him again. Economic recession? Well, you see, 5 million years ago, the galactic economy collapsed, and seeing that custom-built planets are something of a luxury commodity, you see. He paused and looked at Arthur. "You know we build planets, don't you?" he asked solemnly. "Well, yes," said Arthur. "I'd sort of gathered." "Fascinating trade," said the old man. A wistful look came into his eyes. "Doing the coastline was always my favorite. Used to have endless fun doing the bits in fjord. So anyway," he said, trying to find his thread again, "the recession came, and we decided it would save a lot of bother if we just slept through it. So we programmed the computers to revive us when it all was over." The man stifled a very slight yawn and continued. "The computers were index-linked to the galactic stock market prices, you see, so that we'd all be revived when everybody else had rebuilt the economy enough to afford our rather expensive services." Arthur, the regular Guardian reader, was deeply shocked at this. "That's a pretty unpleasant way to behave, isn't it?" "Is it?" asked the old man mildly. "I'm sorry, I'm a bit out of touch." He pointed down at the crater. "Is that robot yours?" he said. "No," came a thin metallic voice from the crater. "I'm mine." "If you'd call it a robot," muttered Arthur. "It's more like a sort of electronic sulking machine." "Bring it," said the old man. Arthur was quite surprised to hear a note of decision suddenly present in the old man's voice. He called to Marvin, who crawled up the slope making a big show of being lame, which he wasn't. "On second thoughts," said the old man, "leave it here. You must come with me. Great things are afoot." He turned towards his craft, which, though no apparent signal had been given, now drifted quietly towards them through the dark. Arthur looked down at Marvin, who had made an equally big show of turning around laboriously and trudging down the crater again, muttering sour nothings to himself. "Come," said the old man. "Come now, or you will be late." "Late?" said Arthur. "What for?" What is your name, human? Dent. Arthur Dent, said Arthur. Late as in the Dentarthurdent. Late as in the late Dentarthurdent, said the old man sternly. It's a sort of threat, you see. Another wistful look came to his tired old eyes. I'd never been very good at them myself, but I'm told they can be very effective. Arthur blinked at him. What an extraordinary person, he muttered to himself. I beg your pardon, said the old man. Oh, nothing. I'm sorry, said Arthur in embarrassment. All right. Where do we go? In my air car, said the old man, motioning Arthur to get into the craft, which had settled silently next to them. We are going deep in the bowels of the planet, where even now our race is being revived from its 5 million-year slumber. Magrathia awakes. Arthur shivered involuntarily as he seated himself next to the old man. The strangeness of it, silent bobbing movement of the craft as it soared into the night sky, quite unsettled him. He looked at the old man, his face illuminated by the dull glow of tiny lights on the instrument panel. Excuse me, he said to him. What's your name, by the way? My name, said the old man, and the same distant sadness came into his face again. He paused. My name, he said, is Slarta Bartfast. Bless you. Arthur practically choked. I beg your pardon, he spluttered. Slarta Bartfast, repeated the old man quietly. Slarta Bartfast. The old man looked at him gravely. I said it wasn't important, he said. The air car sailed through the night. Picturing Planters peanut commercials. Oh, with his little monocle. I forgot about him. He's cute. We got a little tiny chapter, and then we'll pause for the night. We're at 25 minutes of Gigi time. She has not moved any closer. She did move closer to the food earlier when I was in here. She didn't eat in front of me. She didn't give me blanks, but she moved closer. It is an important and popular fact that things are not always what they seem. For instance, on the planet Earth, man has always assumed that he was more intelligent than dolphins because he had achieved so much. The wheel, New York, wars, and so on. Well, all the dolphins had ever gone and done was muck about in the water having a good time. But conversely, the dolphins had always believed they were far more intelligent than man, for precisely the same reasons. Curiously enough, the dolphins had known long of the impending destruction of the planet, and had made many attempts to alert mankind to the danger, but most of their communications were misinterpreted as amusing attempts to punch footballs or whistle tidbits. So they eventually gave up and left the Earth by their own means shortly before the Vogons arrived. The last dolphin message was misinterpreted as a surprisingly sophisticated attempt to do a double backward somersault through a hoop while whistling the Star-Spangled Banner. But in fact, the message was this: so long and thanks for all the fish. In fact, there is only one species on the planet more intelligent than dolphins, and they spent a lot of their time in behavioral research labs running around inside of wheels, conducting frighteningly elegant and subtle experiments on man. The fact that once again man completely misinterpreted this relationship was entirely according to these creatures' plans. So Clydes rule the world. Who rule the world? Clyde rule the world. Hey, sweet girl. You're okay. It's not a slow blink Saturday. It's okay. We'll figure it out. Stopped giving her gabapentin for a few days, and I think I'm going to load her up with it again tomorrow. I wasn't sure if it made her more anxious to be chilled out, kind of like me, or if it was helping, but I think it was genuinely helping. Clydes were the enforcers. He certainly ran my life for a while. I mean, he wasn't yappy. He went eep at me, but he would give you a look that said, I need my blueberries now. It's blueberry o'clock. It's time for the blueberries. We love blueberries. Well, my voice is ready for bed and so am I. We did so much tonight. I'm proud of us. We spent some time with Peebs. We got Pippi her pre-shave. We set up the trap. That was easy peasy. I'm gonna start trap training tomorrow. Make sure it's not a shocking and terrifying experience. And we open up some Doom 4. There you go, Jeesh. I do love you, sweet girl. I have faith in you. I really do. I really do. I think I'm really going to have a lot of fun with Doom 4. I don't know why I thought it was a good idea to jump into Eternal when I did, but because I didn't know that there was 4 in between. I thought Eternal was 4. Oopsies. That's my bad for not utilizing the powers of Google. But Eternal was a lot to jump into without 4 first. Eternal would be so much more fun. I feel like after going through 4 first. I love you, Gigi. I love you. I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you. Oh, we did have progress today, though. I forgot. She came out for it's different food too, so like yay, exciting, and she likes chicken. But within 10 minutes of me leaving the room this afternoon, she was already out to her bowl, which is like a new record. Usually she waits at least an hour, if not longer. Usually like an hour to 3 hours, and then she'll get out to her bowl. But she was in like 10 minutes, and it's not like her bowl was empty, licked clean. There was still food in it, so she wasn't hungry. She seems to really like the chicken cans, then I'll just get the double and get those for her instead. Ow. Hello, Miss Pippi. Let me put brother's bed back. There. Now life is how it's meant to be again. Forwardly we go. Aw. We had an incident. Let's get this in the pocket. I framed everything with that. Pippi. Grandma, you pooped on the floor. It's the healthiest poop that she's had all week, though. I did a fecal test and nothing's wrong. But she's had diarrhea from being so anxious. There's the paper towels. She's having stress colitis from missing Chauncey. I'm not happy for you to poop on the floor, but happy to see you poop solid again. Scrub-a-dub-a-dub. Scrub-a-dub-a-dub. You did know that we're going outside in like 10 minutes, right? Poor little poopy. I mean, Pippi. Pippi, Pippi, Pippi. She looks like such a baby. It's my little puppy. My little Pippi, puppy, poopy, Pippi, puppy. You are a brave man to jump from OG Doom to Doom Eternal. That requires gut, effort, and skill that I do not have. I'm just a girl. Just a girl. Old PB, you're so cute. She's got a little chair. It's just adorable. I love her so much. Mm-hmm. There we go.
Hey boy, are you ready for bed? I'm ready for bed. Ah, pardon. Pardon. Everything is everywhere. It was gonna fall. You just send it like we did before. Armor. Woo! Just oblivious to the franchise beyond the first Doom, really. I don't blame you for that. I don't think they did a good job advertising. Like much after the first. It was kind of like a if you know, you know. Doom 3 probably got a decent amount of advertising. Oop. And I'm sure 4 did, though I have no idea. You see something? Sure, just open your eyes. You can see everything. This needs to charge, but this sucks. That sucks. I don't know if we'll have a new tripod by tomorrow, but one will be on the way by tomorrow. Charger up. Feel like you're in a state of suspended animation. You're fully awake or fully in eeps. Here's a hybrid of a semi-dream. You and Sarth. Did it feel like 5 minutes of laying down? When I have a similar feeling, it feels like I've laid down for 5 whole minutes at most. It'll be like 2 hours. It's a weird feeling. Alright, Club Cult. That is going to be our night for tonight. But thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. Thank you for being your wonderful selves. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your chats. Thank you for your support. And thank you for your company. More than anything, thank you for your time. Your time is very valuable. There's this finite thing that you only get so much to do whatever you want with. When you choose to spend it here, I am deeply honored. Thank you all very much. Serena was Cartman would be having words. I feel like I'm more like Butters. Pippi is Cartman. Usually I have my hood up. Extra snuggly when we're outside. The zoo is much bigger than 4. I hate to break it to you. Don't dream of trapping raccoons. Still can't believe that. That was so funny. He was just a little dumb baby, and then he didn't want to get out of the trap. Like, come on. I didn't know how that would go, but I really now wish I would have brought Camera out with me instead of just attempting it alone. That would have been adorable. Ow. That hurt. It didn't necessarily hurt. It didn't feel great. Oh. But all that to say, thank you all so much for your time. I appreciate you, BBs. If you'd like to keep up with me offline, hop into the Disky Boo. Otherwise, we got the fun stuff. The socials. Some more fun stuff. Schedule for when I will see you bebs next. And what are you doing, Foya? Thank you all for being a part of the Stream the Dreams project. It means the world to me. And I'm excited that we are more close and set up on the journey to be TNRing. It's hype. It's very hype. Do me one favor until you see Bebs next. Boy's just being weird over there. He's like moving the door back and forth. There must be a kibble under it. Do me one favor until you see Bebs next, and that is remember that you are wonderful, amazing, incredible, absolutely spectacular. All the good things in the world. Oh so gorgeous. Oh so magnificent. And oh so phenomenal. Take all those compliments and put them in your back pocket, your side pocket, your cute little hoodie pocket. I need to hang this up, otherwise it's just gonna sit out until tomorrow. Loading and suspended animation wherever it needs to go. Until I see you next, you sweet bubbos. Have a beautiful, beautiful rest of your night. Beautiful rest of your weekend if I don't see you. And I shall catch you pips for the next one. Thank you for everything. Get some good sleep tonight. Get some good eats. Make good choices. Don't do anything Voya or I wouldn't do. But Voya makes many choices, including headbutting his head into a door, looking for one single rogue kibble. So use that judgment at your own risk. At your own discretion. Good night, Club Cult. Happy Catterday, you wonderful humans.